Welcome everyone to uh Among Us Arena. This was not what I was expecting to play. I never expected there to be an Among Us fighting game. Granted, it's not an official Among Us fighting game. It is a fan game. Give me 1 second. I need to check something. All right. So yeah. Weirdly enough, first time ever streaming a PC game. Yes, that's why. I mean, it's not dramatically different, but the setup is a little different. You can probably tell. Um, so I guess for context, I should explain what my usual setup is. I don't have a proper desk really, even um, or even a proper desktop computer. Usually my streaming, which is why I've mostly stuck to streaming console games because what my usual setup is, I have my TV there on top of it's the entertainment center, and then they have all the consoles in the entertainment center and stuff. They're all connected to the TV and everything, and then capture card connects from consoles to the computer. Not the computer, to a laptop. It's a gaming laptop I have. Um, and so then I usually have my mic in front of me. So I have TV in front of me, and I'm sitting in my chair. Mic in front of me. I think I'm gonna go lower the mic just a little bit. So yeah, mic in front of me, and then behind the mic is I usually have the webcam. Uh, and then I usually have my computer off to the side over here, where I keep an eye on chat and Streamlabs and stat stuff. Now, because Among Us Arena is a PC only game, I'm streaming. I'm playing it on my laptop, and then I'm also streaming it off of this laptop as well, all on one screen. Because I won't, it's a laptop. I won't have another monitor plugged into my laptop. Um, and I have it all on a tiny ass fucking table, like one of those like folding tables, like with the small like personal folding tables you can use for like food. You would normally use for like food. Yeah, I have one of those in front of me. My laptop in front of me. My mic is on the table, kind of. It's on. It's honestly, it's kind of like on the laptop a little bit, and then the webcam is right there on the laptop. Um, yeah. So setup's a little different. It's gonna be interesting. Also, I just realized because when I have the game, when I'm actually playing the game, I'm not gonna be able to see what's going on in Streamlabs. I should bring up my chat on my phone at least, so I can look at my chat while I'm fucking actually playing the game. I was not as prepared for this as I should be. Um, I'm gonna get to my stream. Wait, there's a stream manager in the app? Oh, that's fucking dope. That's actually really cool. Can I turn it sideways? No. Damn it. Come on. Fuck. Be sideways. Okay, so I can't. It'd be easier if I could put it into landscape mode because I just have it right there. Like, I have a little stand on my phone, but it's not working. So I'm just gonna leave it right there, and I'll just look over at it, just laying right there. And I'll keep an eye on it. Hopefully, if I remember. Anyway, enough of that bullshit. We got some Among Us Arena to play. So let me make sure my buttons. I did mess around with this a little bit just to make sure it works. Um, yeah. I would love. I would have loved to have been able to get like some friends together to play this. Unfortunately, of all the friends I have that are like that live nearby me, none of them really play fighting games. So let me see. Left, right, down, up. Yeah, so these are the buttons. You got light, heavy, knife, gun, and grab. Excuse me. I don't know what like the like preferred um like what the preferred button layout is for this shit. But I guess I'll go in training for a bit to show you. What color do we want to be? Uh, let's see. Oh, we'll be blue. We'll be blue for now, and then we can fight uh green, I guess. Fuck it. Um, so you got your jumps. Move left, right. Go crouch. I can't believe this is the first fucking PC game I'm streaming. The fuck? Yeah. There's your punch. I mean, your light. You got your heavy. I don't know. It changes like no. Your knife. You got your gun. You got of course because you have to have the gun. So you got your gun. Oh look, there's a gray dude back there. What's he doing? Nothing suspicious, I hope. Alright. Then you got obviously I don't think there's any like actual like specials. I couldn't figure any out when I was testing it out on my own before. So I don't think there's any like actual specials. I think it's all just normals. And then yeah, I can't believe that shit fucking ground us. I've seen some like crazy fucking combo videos. Oh shit, that gray dude got fucking murdered. I've seen some like combo videos. I don't remember how to do any of the combos I saw, so this is gonna be. If you expected some like high level play, sorry, get fucked. I guess that ain't happening here. This is purely a scrub fighting zone. I don't know what I'm trying to say anymore. Alright, but yeah, that's your basic buttons. Oh, I forgot to show the throw. That's the throw. That is. There's no back throw. I think there's any air throws either. No. Yeah. Very basic, game. So I probably won't be spending too much time on this just because there's not a whole lot to do in it right now. I don't know if it's gonna get updated with more shit ever, but on the itch.io page for it, the dev did say that he's more focused. This is just something he made. Um, just like I guess just as like a side project because he's working on like an actual fighting game. Um, or he, she, or they. I don't. I got probably shouldn't assume gender, but yeah, they're working on like an actual fighting game, and so this is just something they kind of make as a side project, and so like this, they're not really like super focused on this at the moment. Um, so yeah, I don't know if this is gonna actually really get any substantial updates. But you know, it's got all the shit a basic fight game needs. It's got your local fights, which I can't do right now. I don't have friends. Um, arcade, trading. It's even got online. I might jump online and get fucking wrecked. We'll see what happens. But let's go into arcade. See what happens. We're gonna be red. Oh god. Oh Jesus. How dare you? Got fucking. Oh god. Oh Jesus. Alright, okay. Alright. Alright. That's one round. Fuck. There's no dash, I just realized. That's a little weird. Ah, fuck. Yeah, that shock is fucking head off. Jesus Christ. Alright. I was not ejected. Alright. Challenger number 2, let's go. Oh god. Stop trying to stab my neck. God damn it. I'll shoot you. I'll shoot you dead. Uppercutting his fucking head off. Jesus. Oh, fuck. It just now occurred to me that there was no difficulty setting. So far it seems manageable. I don't think I'm gonna be able to actually finish arcade mode. Depending on how difficult it gets. But... What? I didn't even remember about my knife. Son of a bitch, stop with the neck snapping. Fuck. Okay, alright, just barely made that. Just barely made that. Jesus Christ. I suck at this game. Still wasn't ejected though. I still won. Orange, alright. Fuck. Fuck. Shit. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. Goddamn orange piece of shit. We've been going 20 minutes? How have I already been going 20 minutes? Alright, whatever. It's fine. God, Jesus Christ. Stop it. Stop. Stop it. Stop it. I'll shoot you. I'll shoot you dead. Fuck. Shits. Maybe I should have spent more time in training mode, learning like actual combos. No, 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 no. Oh, you son of a bitch. Oh, you son of a bitch. Fuck, my head. Stop. Stop it. Stop styling on my corpse. Oh, that's gonna be so bad if I go online. Oh my god, I'm gonna get wrecked so hard. I'll probably do like one match online later just to see how it functions. Fuck. Damn it. God, I want to finish someone by snapping their neck. It's not happening. It's not happening, chat. It's not happening. It's not happening. I so badly wanted to finish with a throw. I so badly wanted to finish with the throw. You don't understand. Let's just work. Can I just do this? That's close. Fuck. Stop. Always with the neck snapping. Oh, I just looked up at the names. Apparently this is supposed to be red. I guess because I'm red, it made him green as like a player 2 color. Okay, alright. Still doing good. We're still doing pretty good. No. Oh, you son of a bitch. I don't know why I did the gun from that close. That's such fucking... Alright, okay. Alright, at this point, honestly, I'm just mashing buttons. And things are happening. And we're winning. That's cool. Victory! Oh, is that it? Too Mellow did the music? That's cool. If you guys have never listened to Too Mellow, go listen to Too Mellow. Too Mellow makes really good music. Starcutters dev. And shout outs to these guys, for real. This dude made a fucking sick ass Among Us fighting game. A fighting like fan game in Unity of all things. That's cool. Alright, so we beat arcade mode. That was faster than I expected. Right. We killed everyone in the crew. We were the imposter the whole time. I mean, listen. Alright. I meant to mention this at the beginning, but I've never played an actual game of, I've never played a game of like the real Among Us. Like I've never played Among Us ever, at all. Never even touched it. Never even downloaded it or installed it or anything. Not because I'm not interested, but because I don't have. It's hard to get together enough of my friends at one time to be able to play it. Um, yeah, because I don't want to play Among Us with a bunch of randos. If I ever play Among Us, I want it to be with friends. Um, However, Among Us Arena on the other hand, let's go online. But yeah, all I really know about Among Us is, well, obviously I know what the gameplay is like, uh, and I know some of the memes. Like Reg is sus, which is why I picked Reg. Well, you can't trust Reg. Reg is always sus. All right, I gotta use my mouse here. Let's search for a room. Let's see what the online is like in this game. I'm about to get fucking destroyed. To see if I'll even be able to find a match. Next time I head to Forgo. Next time I head to Forgo to visit Rex and Gavi, I'd like to play this with them. I think it'd be fun. Man, no one's playing online, huh? Maybe I missed my chance. The game did come out a couple days ago. Maybe there's not enough people playing it online now. Maybe people were playing online like the first day to see what it was, and they're like, okay, that's pretty cool, and then they just stopped. I don't know. I think it's pretty fun, especially for a fan made indie fighting game based off of Among Us, no less. I don't think we're getting a match online, guys. I don't think it's happening. Damn, that's unfortunate. Yeah. All right, let's head back. Um, yeah, I guess there just aren't enough people online right now. Um, yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot more I can do now. I pretty much showed off as much of the game as I could, right? Just brings you here. Yeah. All right, so yeah, I guess that's it for Among Us Arena. Sorry, it was kind of a short segment, but yeah, there's not a whole lot more I can show off. I was actually kind of hoping I could get at least one online match because I wanted to see what the netcode was like. Um, Rex, I didn't look into it too much because I'm not smart and lazy, but but uh, I found out about this game first of all because Rex. posted about it in the socially awkward to get Discord we have, uh, that we have just for us members of the podcast. Um, uh, and so I downloaded it, played it, and to test it out, and then now I'm playing it here. But Rex, when he posted it in the Discord, he also mentioned that it has rollback netcode. So that was one of the reasons I was like really interested to see what the netcode was like. But I'm not gonna sit here for fucking forever looking for an online match. So yeah, you know what? I'll do one more arcade mode run through. Just cause like I don't know, I want to spend more time with the game. It's pretty fun. What color should I be? I was red last time. What color should I be? Hmm. I'll be yellow. Let's fuck it. Ah, bitch. Fuck. We need to stop trading pink. We need to stop trading. Oh fuck, I fucking mistimed that. Shit. Stop snapping my neck. Stop it. Oh Jesus. Oh Jesus. I haven't been using my knife much. Fuck. Alright. We triggered and I won. Fuck. There we go. See, I'm getting some combos down now. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Yellow has won the game. I was not ejected. You can't eject me. I'm too powerful. Fuck. Alright. Get him with the Google double stab. You're trying. You're trying. I had to jump, bitch. Fuck. Oh god damn it. Shit. really wanna. I keep. I should try and throw someone. I should try and kill someone with a throw and see if their head still just pops off. How dare you? How dare you, sir? Brown starts to shoot me in the goddamn face. How fucking. Where are your manners? My neck. My poor neck. You son of a bitch. Well, I guess no matter what color you choose, if you do a mirror match, the second player always becomes green. Because look at the health bars, it says yellow for both. And when I did the green, when it gave me the red mirror match, when I did came up with red, my opponent was green then too. Alright, let's see if I can get the if I can get a throw. Son of a bitch. I need to throw you. Son of a bitch. Yeah, alright. Just twist their head off. Twist their necks so hard that their head explodes. Seems legit. Alright. Oh fuck. Oh god. Reg, I always knew. I always knew you were sus as fuck. Fuck. I can shoot too, bitch. Did you just avoid my gun bullet with a knife? You crazy bastard. We triggered it somehow. Ah, you son of a bitch. Fuck. There we go. Off goes your head. Pop goes the weasel. We did it, guys. We won. We did it. We killed everyone on the ship. Everyone's dead. Yay. Alright. So yeah. Yeah, not a whole lot we can do now. Yeah. I should. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe next time I get to Florida, I'll be able to play this with Rex and Gavi. Actually, be able to play some matches with actual people, actual friends. But until then, this is what you get as far as Among Us Arena goes on this channel. Yeah, I don't know. I wish I could have made this more interesting. Wish I could make this better, but I had fun, and I hope you guys did too. So that being said, I'm gonna switch over to BRB. I'm gonna have to like redo my re fucking like organize my setup back to the usual setup because we're gonna switch over to the PS5 for some SoulCalibur VI. And I see you guys then. Check out this game. Honestly, if you have like fighting games, if you even have like a passing interest in fighting games, check out this game. It's free. It's free. And you probably don't even need like a super high end computer to play it because it's fucking Among Us. It's an Among Us fight. Your phone can run Among Us. I'm sure your laptop can run. I'm pretty sure your shitty ass laptop or shitty ass computer can run Among Us Arena. But yeah, check it out. It's free. It's on itch. Um, let me see if I can get the link for it so I can post it in chat real quick. Fuck. Fuck. Here we go. So yeah, if any of you guys are interested, there it is. There's the link where you can download Among Us Arena. Like I said, it's free, so fucking why not check it out? It's pretty fun to mess around with. Um, there honestly, I've seen some fucking crazy combo videos from it. Um, but yeah, play it. It's fun. So yeah, BRB. I'm gonna switch over to the PS5 for some SoulCalibur 6 action. See you then. webcam is so close to how it was before. That's actually kind of creepy. Alright, there we go. Okay, so back and the usual back in the usual setup. I can't remember what people behind it. Yeah, fuck it, whatever. Yeah. That was my first time ever streaming a PC game, everyone. Now we're back to the consoles with my fight stick laying comfortably in my oh shit, didn't mean to do that. So yeah, let's continue Captain Cruise's adventure through the world of SoulCalibur. Is there anything that has to be done over here? So what am I? 15. I can go and do that, I guess. Right? It's also this. Level 8? Level 10. Okay. How do I go back? That's how I should have been. There. Yeah, I got the money to spend. Fuck it. So, yeah, we got there without being ambushed. Sick. By the way, you are absolutely still going to see scrub level fighting in this because I still have not gotten off of my lazy ass and actually learned how to use Cervantes' moveset. So, you know. Yeah. There'll be some real scrub tactics happening now. Alright. So it's interesting. When the opponent awaited me at the end of my journey, with our progress warriors at stake, we began our battle. With your opponent have greatly increased attack power. Alright. So how much damage does my gun do? I just realized we went from one game with a gun and a knife to another game with a gun and a knife.
Battle 1. Fight!
Shit! Okay. Oh god. Oh Jesus. How am I this bad? That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing.
Battle 2. Fight! Stop! Resisting!
Stop it. Stop smacking your head against your own goddamn pool.
Final battle!
Fucking crazy bastard.
Stop! Resisting! Not yet! Stop!
He should have stopped resisting. Edgemaster. Oh. Alright. Currently I've obtained my 50th weapon in Libra of Soul. Let's probably not as good because I'm pretty sure my current weapon is far higher than level 5. What's the level 15? What's my current weapon level? 14. I wonder if I have any level 15 weapons. Let's filter. Well, only fucking Sid Bartes's weapons. Because obviously. Oh, 106 to 134. Because I'm level 14. No, I definitely have shit that's way higher than level 14. Okay. What's the next? 16? I don't have anything 15, so I guess 16 is by default be the next highest. Alright. How much will it cost me to go straight from here to here? 640? Yeah, fuck it, let's go capture these cloak thieves. Oh fuck, my caravan has been attacked. Abandon back in the popular path, much as you reflect damage to perform a Gargan pack. Guess I'm never reflecting damage because I absolutely suck at doing Gargan pack. I can't parry. I can't parry for shit.
Fight! Stop!
Can't deal with my Psycho Crushers. She can't deal with my Psycho Crushers. Erling's Blade, another level 5 weapon. Great. Awesome. After the Cloak Thieves. What's this? Search your strength. Literally just did and search your strength. Okay. Not going back. Capture the Cloak Thieves. The Moluccas were famous for their fragrant clothes, which are sometimes used to ward off demons. A clothes merchant from one of the island's ports had requested me. Your opponents will more quickly when they start the battle with a reduced gauge. How many of them are there? There's that dude who has Yoshimitsu's moveset, that dude who has Siomina's moveset. That's it, it's those two. Okay, go over time. I got this. I got this. I took on a request from a merchant at the dock to drive away any thieves who aim to steal a shipment of clothes. At dawn, I was waiting on the deck of a ship loaded with cargo when I noticed a group of shifty people on the pier. As I stepped onto the dock, the thieves suddenly attacked. Alright. Bitch. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. You can't block bullets, can you? Jesus Christ. Yeah. Yeah. Now you know the power of gun. I missed. I missed.
Stop! Stop!
Fuck, I need to do that. Alright. Okay. Alright. I questioned the thieves about their employer. It seemed to be a person working for the merchant who hired me. The merchant was delighted and gave me gave me a great deal and gave me a great deal of expensive spices.
Your soul surges
Hey,
in your
level
body.
16. Look my weapons now. Fucking Psychonthus. Get that Psychon. So what was this one? 104 to 134? 150. So 150, 150. Well, I mean, nothing else is fucking consistent. All damage plus 5%. Yeah, okay, cool. No variation there. Yeah, guess we're done. Okay. Who we attack? Nope. Village of the Wind Deity, the Priestess of the Winds. Yeah, so I should mention the side quests that have like that little icon there, where it's like a blue circle with a silhouette. Those usually have to do with like an actual character in the game, where you're either helping or fighting another character, like an actual like character in the game. This one, I'm gonna assume is Talon. So you're going to talk about the Priestess of the Winds. I visited an island whose inhabitants were said to possess unusual powers. A gentle breeze caressed my face as I climbed the hill. At its peak stood Plata, her beautiful silver hair a sight to behold. Your opponent's attacks absorb your health. God damn, I'm fighting fucking vampires. To be fair, yeah, that dude looks pretty fucking scary. It's a pretty demonic looking dude. Ring out's disabled. Alright, so there's that demon. There's that demon who's much redder. Also uses Zessel and else moveset. And that dude who looks like he might have wings. And oh, that's a vampire. Alright, so that was just a straight up vampire. Who uses Astaroth's moveset. This uses Nightmares. Alright. I heard of an island home to an ancient tribe blessed with special powers. A light breeze accompanied me on my way to their village. As I climbed the hill, I cast my eyes to the top. A young girl was standing there, her face upturned to catch the sun. I called out to her. She replied with a voice as clear as a blue sky. My name is Plata. I am a priestess of the winds in the village of the Wind Deity. I know you have come from afar, but I'm afraid our village is not accepting guests at present. When I asked her why, she dropped her gaze. The last priestess of the winds has collapsed. Her life hangs by a thread. Thus any that may stir the winds of our village must be turned away. Silence lingered in the air. To break it, I asked who this last priestess of the winds was. Our people worship the winds and have given birth to a line of priestesses blessed with special powers. I am barely fit to call myself one of them. She explained that the mystical abilities of our people faded with each generation, leaving most priestesses of the winds with only a fraction of their ancestors' power. That seems like a shit deal. Just like fun. Can you imagine if your fucking like great grandfather was Superman, but because he was your great grandfather, but because you know you were a descendant of his, it just like your like bloodline just lost so much of his power that you were just like, oh, you might as well just be a normal fucking dude. That sucks. That sucks a lot. One girl, however, has been blessed with unprecedented power. She may be the last true priestess in the winds, and so we named her the last. But one day the winds from the west brought us terrible portents. That's... I don't know what that word means. And the great affliction befell the last priestess. Now she lies unconscious, wandering the ways at the brink of death. May I ask you, traveler, where did you come from? Oh, may I ask you, traveler, did you come from the west? If you know what happened, I beg you to tell me. Well, you see, there's this thing called the evil seed. She could be talking about the. She could only be talking of one thing, the evil seed. I explained everything I knew about it. So, what was this evil seed? Even the elders said they have never sensed anything like it before. You see this big, massive sword. Becca looked up to the sky, her eyes trembled. After a few moments of thought, she once again dropped her gaze to look at me. Traveler, my duty here is to quell the dark spirits. Their power grows daily since that portentous day. I must remain, but it is far too dangerous for you to stay here any longer. I still don't know what the fuck that word means. What the fuck is portentous? What does that word even? It was then I realized the wind had ceased, and twisted beings wreathed in stagnant air. It was then that I released it. Fuck. It was then I realized the wind had ceased, and twisted beings wreathed in stagnant air were closing in on us. I rigged my weapon to defend Plaka. One attacks of sword power. What? Yeah, ain't got nothing on me and my psycho crushes, bitch. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Ain't got nothing on the power of God. That's right.
Fight! Stop!
That's what crazy ass thing. Yes. Power of God. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying. Thank you. You are surprisingly strong. In that power, the breeze rages around you. Are you somehow connected to the evil seed? I mean, kinda, I think. If I understand what the fuck is happening correctly. It seems that she learned much about me during the fight. Perhaps her abilities as a priestess weren't as modest as she thought. Yet the power that flows through you is still pure, unstained by good or ill. Possibility swirls around you, yet I sense that you are not evil. No, not yet. I mean, I'm heading down that road. Don't you worry. As I said, we are unable to welcome guests at present, but should you come to this island again, please visit us. Plaga bowed deeply, then descended the hill towards her goal. Alright. Level 16. On my return to the village of the wood deity, I once again met Plaga atop the same hill. I was pleased to hear she remembered me too. The stage is slippery, making me tricky to move around to be your opponent. Okay. Alright. I'm not a big fan of when the stage is slippery, but I'll deal. On my way back to the village of the wind deity, Plaga was again standing atop the hill where I first met her, her eyes closed. She noticed me and walked over with a smile. I asked her what she'd been doing. The same as before, listening to the woods whispers, seeking news from ballads and great events. It was a part of my training, and a way to hone my powers as a priestess of the winds. The last time we met, she detected the presence of malevolent spirits. These priestesses must have supernatural abilities. I would love to take you to my village, but I have something to ask of you first. Apparently the village was holding a wind divination ritual in 2 days. Plaga was to perform a sword dance to honor their gods, but she was feeling nervous. It is less of a dance and more of a practical demonstration of my skills. Our village's style is not just for show, after all. However, I can only learn so much practicing by myself, so I was wondering if you would help me. Plaga looked a little flustered and nervous, but if it was just practice, I saw no harm in helping her. You really are a good person. Now let this be good. Winds, hear me. I dedicate this dance to you. Alright. Helping Plaga with her training. Plaga? I don't know. I don't know how to say her name.
Battle 1. Fight!
Go! Jesus Christ.
Stop resisting.
Oh my god!
Battle 2.
Okay, well I can't psycho pressure here, because if I do, I'll just go flying right off the goddamn edge. Oh man. No psycho pressure for me. Thank you.
Ready?
What?
That's it.
There we go. Alright. I can't believe I just went flying right off the goddamn stage. When our practice is over, Plaga led me to her village. Finally, I'm starting to feel confident about the ceremony. Thank you so much. The winds must have guided you to me. Can I tell you about my cousin, Talum? She's just begun practicing the sword dance. I want to be a good role model for her. Thinking of her cousin, a slight smile curved Plaga's lips. The ritual is the day after tomorrow. Do come and watch. I'll tell the others you'll be here. You'll be there. 2 days later, despite being a rather simplistic affair, the event showed how devoted the villagers were to their faith. Plaga walked alone into the center of the ring, and the dance began. Her movements were beautiful, graceful, and her sword swung through the air, keeping up a breeze around her. As her dance ended, she sent a gust of fresh wind in my direction, which rolled around me before fading into the distance. The ritual ended shortly after. I searched for Plaga to say my farewells, but she was nowhere to be seen. I eventually found her on the hilltop where we first met. Forgive me. Plaga's cheeks were wet with tears. I am a priestess of the winds, and have much to do before the last priest of the winds regains his strength, but I'm not strong enough. At the end of my sword dance, I sent the wind to you. It should have cleansed you of all the darkness you bear, but I failed. Tears rolled down her cheeks, and she hastily wiped them away. I wanted to lessen your burden. Damn. I stayed by her side until she regained her composure. The sun had begun to set, slowly turning the hills a glorious mirage of red and orange. Thank you for coming to watch the ritual, Captain Cruz. If you visit again, I'll introduce you to Tom. Don't worry, about lessening my burden, okay? I'm already dying. It's fine. What is this? This is just strength shit. Alright. I guess we're done on this expedition for now. Let's head back up here. Memories of Jonah, the heroic Hong Yuan. I headed to Sichuan to see Hong Yue, the woman who had stolen the message Jonah's heart. His shocking map made the journey 10 times more difficult than it needed to be. Just to manage to arrive at what looked like the right place. Throws do more damage, and break attacks always cause guard crushes. Defeat your opponent. Break attacks always cause guard crushes. Okay. So, there's multiple enemies. So I'm fighting Nima, who has Keelix, looks like, and Dawa, who has fuck, I forgot her name. Ah, fuck, I forgot her name. Oh, what's her name? The chick who's always just like, just kidding. Hear her name. Oh god. Oh, this is gonna bother me. This is gonna bother me so bad. Hold on, I gotta look this up. Hold on. I'll probably, if I look through this characters here, I'll probably immediately recognize it. Shanghua. Shanghua. That's who it is. Jesus Christ. I don't know how I forgot her name. But yeah. So Nima and Dawa. Jonah was absolutely terrible with directions. I struggled to make head or tail of the map he gave me. Eventually, fighting my way through all of his cartographical mistakes and arriving at the house in question. I was a week late. When I asked if Hong Yue was at home, I was shown through a spacious parlor. I apologize for not getting up. I enjoyed my life on the battlefield. Hong Yue was seated on a stool, one leg propped up. Standing next to her were her children, the twins Nima and Bao. Jonah? I don't remember him. So you want to fight me? Damn, she doesn't even remember Jonah. Feels bad, man. I nodded. Haha. Wow, you must be real dumb to want to fight her mom. What an idiot. What? I just wanted to spar a little bit. Fuck. Damn. You need to fucking just attack me like this. Children, behave yourselves. Sorry about that. Unfortunately, as you can see, I'm not in any shape to fight. Anula gave me a brave smile. How about sparring with these two in my place? Mima, Dawa, prove that you've been paying attention to my lessons on defensive combat. I'll fight for myself. Don't hog all the fun, I want in too. Let's do this. Yeah, just I come in expecting, you know, a nice friendly sparring session and end up getting fucking roasted by two children.
Fight!
It's too much!
just take the damage. Does it do more damage than Zero? I guess we won't find out this time. Very easy to avoid gun. That's the only downside to gun. However, gun is very powerful. And stop. It looks like he taught you how to fight opponents who specialize in defense. I was too weak. Your tricks will never work against our mother. Oh, stop being such a stubborn pig. You're gonna have to take after our mom there too. Dawa, rude. Now Jonah is a renowned warrior, but he has a bit of trouble doing anything the easy way. On US lost for a moment for memories, it seemed that my display of his training had reminded her of me. And she pulled out a wagon and oh, god damn it, I can't read. That she pulled out a weapon and handed it to me. You giving him that? You sure about this, Mom? That weapon's been handed down through our family for generations. I used this when I fought against Jonah. That's why I want you to have it. A present from me to his disciple. I hefted the weapon in my hand and found it solid, heavy, a fitting present for a woman who was once dear to my master. Cool. Glad he ate tricks. That's a odd name. None shall forget. What is this that just appeared now? Search of strength again. There's also search of strength. Yeah. Alright. None shall forget. Ling Sheng Su, a mountain temple famous for its martial arts training, is my next destination. I was climbing Zhenxing. I'm sorry if I mispronounce any of this shit. I was climbing Zhenxing Shan to find it when a child's. I was climbing Zhenxing Shan to find it when the child's scream pierced the air. Combos do less damage? What? Excuse me. Defeat all opponents. Alright, so bandit with Baldo's moveset, another bandit with Yoshimitsu's moveset, and third bandit with fucking Nightmare's moveset. That's it. Surrounded by mountains, the Lingsheng Su Temple had a long history of martial arts tradition. However, the temple had fallen into disrepair and no trace of its former glory was to be found. According to those living in a village nearby, a horrible disaster had befallen the temple a year earlier. As I made my way up the mountain path toward the ruins, I heard the shrill cries of children in the distance. The screams came from a young girl who was desperately wielding a staff in trembling hands, and a young boy. The two of them, most likely brother and sister, were being chased by what appeared to be bandits. A bandit was about to grab one of the children's arms when I intervened. Who the hell are you? You looking to get yourself killed or something? No. So you. Yeah, alright. There we go. The power of God. It's unbeatable.
Fight!
Jesus. Alright, well, there you go. Like a couple of bandits who just have swords and low range or projectile means of attacking. Just use a gun. That seems to solve the problem. I saved the kids. I saved the kids. You know, these kids are alive because of my gun. Probably should rephrase that. These kids are alive because of the power of gun. There we go. That's moderately better. After defeating the bandits, I turned to find the children huddled together on the ground. Concerned as to what two children were doing alone in these ruins, I carefully asked them to explain themselves, making sure not to intimidate them in the process. We came from the nearby village to gather some wild veggies. Not many people know about this place, so we didn't think there'd be anyone around here. Our dad actually told us to stay away from Ling Chen-Su Temple, but ow! Shh! He doesn't even know that. It appeared as though the children hadn't told any adults they were coming here. When I urged them to hurry back to their village, the young girl became somewhat defensive. The grown-ups were just trying to scare us by telling us we'd go crazy or that something bad would happen if we came here. It's fine. You two literally almost just got killed or kidnapped by bandits, okay? Alright? I don't think they're just trying to scare you. There might be some truth to their words, considering what just happened. It's not fine. I don't know how you could be this stupid. It's fine. Other people come here too, you know. Young girls told me about the graves nearby and how they regularly had fresh lake flowers on them. Yeah, it's fine. It's perfectly safe here. You know, other than, you know, the graves over there that are clearly a sign that it might not be so safe. And also the bandits that just tried to kill and or kidnap me. You know? You know, other than those, perfectly safe. The adults are just overreacting crazy. They're just trying to scare us. Fucking stupid ass child. Although other people may come to the area, this was no place for children. They were being attacked by bandits was proof of that. Exactly. When I pointed this out, the two agreed to return to their village, reluctantly admitting they shouldn't have been there to begin with. After seeing the children off to their village at the foot of the mountain, I decided to search for the graves they mentioned earlier. Not much time had passed before I found them. The burial site was beautiful, and the graves themselves were arranged beautifully, adorned with exquisite flowers. Though it was a mystery as to who left the flowers, I was not going to find the answer here.
Your soul surges in your body.
17. Looking at the expedition here. Money seems to be the next lowest level weapon I have. It's definitely better than my current one. Young Silk, back on the main quest. Actually, should we go over here? Yeah, fuck it. Let's go over here. Oh god. Oh god, we've been ambushed. Bandit lead out of nowhere to block my path. I have no choice but to fight. Opponent's health recovers over time and your critical edge does more damage. It's just one bandit? I don't know what weapon it is. Alright. It's fucking bandits. It's fucking bandits.
Fight!
Smack you.
Stop.
Alright. The Shimazu Queen Tournament, Round 1. The Shimazu have been in southern Kyushu, famous for their martial arts prowess. While holding a tournament, your opponent starts the battle with one bar of soul gauge will defeat them. Bring out the same. Alright. And they have Yoshimitsu's moveset. Although they are... I am severely overwhelmed in this fight. I saw a crowd gathered around the town bulletin board. I asked what the commotion was about and was told about the Shimazu clan, the rulers of Satsuma province, who were looking for warriors who could display their prowess in a private tournament. You look pretty tough. Anyone's welcome to join. I want to give it a shot. It won't cost you anything. No entry fee, though. I wanted to test myself. I signed up and was immediately assigned my first match. Made my way to the specified arena.
Battle 1. Fight!
Shit. How dare you?
Stop.
What?
Stop.
Alright.
Battle 2. Fight! Stop.
Alright, first match of the tournament done. This game gave me a good experience too. For a fight that was less than half my level. Round 2. Level 11. I made it to the second round of the Shimazu Clans tournament, and the air was filled with the sounds of clashing metal. Starting the battle with a SaltyCade slightly filled. Nice. That's... I don't know whose website that is. I was gonna say... Pizza Rui's. It might be like Taki's. After I won my first bout, another opponent was sent to face me. Whoa, you really won? Way to go. Alright then, I'm cheering for you from here on. Hey, I got my first fan. Turning away from my soul fan to concentrate on my opponent, I assumed a reggae stance. Yeah, my one fan.
Battle 1. Fight!
Begin.
Stop.
Can't stop. Cool. Alright. Spikes flew as darkening blades clashed at the Shima's against tournament. It was time for round 3. Start the battle with 1 bar of my SaltyCade food. And I'm still disabled. Like a warrior with Astaroth moveset. Okay. I make it through the second match, and the third opponent was called to fight me. The number of spectators was growing. Personnel's evidence also had the skill to make this far. I would have to stay focused and aware. We bow to each other and ready our weapons. Alright, let's give this a shot. Will we make it past the 3rd round of this tournament? Hope so. We've got like 6 levels on the dude, so.
Battle 1. Fight! Try again! Too easy!
What? There we go. Alright.
Fight! Stop!
Oh god. Oh god. I did not expect to dual super right
Say
there.
your prayers! Come at me!
Oh my fucking god. Okay. Alright. That was pretty close. That was pretty close. Alright. Very clearly don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Semifinals, level 20. I am not ready. This is interesting. Yeah. Let's see this. Where the opponent awaited me at the end of my journey. With our progress towards the stage, we began our background stages. God damn it! Why is the stage got to be slippery? Son of a bitch.
Battle 1. Fight!
Oh, this is the stage with no regrets.
Battle 2. Fight!
Any of my parents ever hit
Too
sweet?
easy.
The answer is no. I don't want. I don't want you.
Your soul surges in your body.
so that's a level 18. Alright. And this expedition could be considered complete. The young sword. Now we can continue with the main story. The young swordsman. On my way to Rorina, I ran into a group of soldiers who had been ordered to treat all travelers from Yangwang with the utmost caution. Defeat all opponents. Bring us to safety. I got mooncakes if I win? I'm in. I don't even know what mooncakes are. Fuck, these are level, this is level 10? Oh, you guys are fucked. So, soldier with fucking Siomina's unknown enemy. That's it, that's the two. Hey, stop there. You came from Yangwang, right? And now the soldier's expression turns severe. Those coming from Yangwang are prone to violent outbursts. Forgive me, but I need to search you. Hand over your weapon. No. No. Fuck you. This is my weapon. This is my gun. I can read the thing. I glanced at the soldier's forceful tone, and the soldier leaned back, weapon at the ready. Yeah, you're gonna make this harder than it needs to be? Okay, you going to make this harder than it needs to be? Shanghua! Yeah? What's wrong? This man came from Yangwang, and I sense he is dangerous like the others. Really? He doesn't look like trouble to me. You can't be too careful. I suggest we make an arrest and then figure out what to do with him. It seemed that there was no restraint to the soldier. The young woman begrudgingly threw her sword. I'd rather not do this. Start it now and you won't get hurt. So I guess Shanghua is the second opponent. Shanghua herself. Fucker, I am an American. Don't you dare take my guns from me.
Fight! Stop!
Come quietly and there will be no problems.
Begin! Stop!
You're surprisingly strong.
Am I surprisingly strong?
There's another. It's over. Block this.
Oh god, she broke a piece of my... And she broke my pants. And my shoes. She broke my boots. My boots are gone. You're paying for my shoes. You're stronger than I thought, but I'm not done yet. Hold on, we really should be using our words, not our weapons. Can't you tell? He's holding back and trying not to hurt us. Jean-Paul looked at me and smiled. To smooth things over, I explained what happened to Young Long. Is that true? In Young Long. That true? Seems a little far-fetched to me. Well, there's only one way to find out. I'll go to Young Long and investigate. Go to Young Long? With all due respect, isn't that too dangerous? That's exactly why I need to go and see for myself. Nothing will get resolved if we don't take action. Shanghua put away her sword and gave me a cheerful smile. I'm Shanghua. Thanks for the information. Tell her you have to go and leave. Hey, that's an interesting looking sword you got there. I can sense it does more like a Shanghua sword than meets the eye, so I asked her about it. What, this? I don't think there's anything unusual about it. But this sword reminds me of my mother, so it means a lot to me. She was the one who taught me how to use it. Whenever I hold it, I feel as though she's watching me. Does Shanghua have SoulCalibur at this point in the timeline? I don't know. I don't think so, but... Ah, what are my manners? You're in a hurry, I should let you go. I get the feeling we'll meet again. When we do, I look forward to another fight. Cakes. Justice for whom? Level 36? Yeah, that can wait. That can wait. That's double my current level. That can wait. It's just, after Younglong, the journey had been uneventful. Oh fuck. The journey had been uneventful, however, Rhino was still a long way away, and the steep mountain roads forced me to rest often to keep up my strength. The Gold Traveler. From the nowhere white-haired man had appeared next to me. Despite his age, he was nothing but frail. He had piercing blue eyes, seemed to be in peak physical condition. His bearing indicated that he was a powerful warrior. If you need a rest, you may use my temple. His gaze bored into mine, and I found I couldn't refuse his offer. I nodded. He turned and began walking. This way. Alright. The Burden of Fate. My journey led me to a temple constructed in a deep cave in the mountains, where an elderly man had a request for me. No one needs it. Alright. Defeat your opponent. I think I remember who the opponent is. The man led me to a beautiful temple deep in the mountains, surrounded by clear, bubbling streams, not a person was in sight. We entered a comfortable, if sparse stone room, and the man took his ease. For the first time in what seemed like forever, I was able to unwind. Such danger. The old man stared at me. In exchange for allowing me to stay here, I would like to ask you a favor. I can tell that you are a skilled warrior. I have a people I would like you to spar with. This was surprising. The man was obviously attacking warriors. Why he needed my help, I have no idea. Still, I had no reason to refuse. Keelik, your next moment waits. Who's this? Fight and perhaps the answer will become clear. Fucking knew it. I knew it was gonna be fucking Keelik. As you wish, master. I remembered this much.
Battle 1. Fight! Stop!
Thank you for indulging me with this craft. Devotion! Parry! Sing!
This is the best of three.
Battle 2. Fight! Stop!
Stay down! I feel my spirit surging!
Fight! Stop!
It must be done! Not quite! This is what a real fight is all about.
Yeah, that's right, Keelik. Ain't got shit on me. So, did you learn something? Yes, I saw equilibrium, barely maintained between self and darkness. I see. The time has almost gone. Master? Do not concern yourself. Well, off with you. You have yet to finish your daily training. Yes, Master. He looked bowed and left. The sun had set, but it appeared he still had training to do. Returning to the temple, I asked the old man if I had been of help. Yes, but I am still uncertain about you, and the events to which your fate has become entangled. His words startled me. What did he know? You are special. A great power sleeps within you. However, the hearts of those who seek power can become stained by darkness in an instant. Many will be drawn to that power inside you. You have encountered some of these people already, I presume. Qualifiers, men in black. What's the men in black? Oh, bro, I think. Did I say anything? I mean, I know the weapon master can be trusted. I'm pretty sure he can be trusted. Yeah, I'll tell him about growth. Okay. In Western Europe, there is an organization that has existed since ancient times. If they have remained true to their original beliefs, then they have but one purpose. They gather knowledge and hone their skills with the aim of eliminating evil. However, it is unclear whether or not their motives are pure. Be wary of them. Don't say. About the qualifiers. It sounds like these qualifiers seek the same power as you. But once it is in your grasp, what then? No doubt you will have to answer that question yourself one day. Alright. You cannot trust your fate to the hands of others. You must forge your own destiny. Do not let yourself be consumed by a lust for power. Look deep into your soul and you will find the answer. I lay down to sleep that night reflecting on the old man's words. The next day, I would head to Florida. I still had a long road ahead of me. Alright. What's this down here? This is this. Wrestling. The car I happened across was stacked high with weapons. The gigantic man at its helm, however, appeared low to share and demanding something from it. The opponent has high health but receives more damage from all attacks. Alright, so it's an unknown enemy who uses Astaroth. On the way to Karina, I came across a wagon packed full of weapons. Luckily, an arms merchant, I mused over where the cart was heading, when suddenly the cart shouted to a stop. The cart shook as a huge man stepped down. He was as big as a boulder. You hold strong weapon. I am wrestling. Strong weapon is for strong person only. You know, wrestling, maybe I you know, I'm not gonna give you my weapons, but maybe I will. Maybe I would let you live if you could, if you could fucking speak properly. You look weak, boss should have weapon. Boss can suck my dick. Wrestling came at me with his giant axe. It was clear there was no reasoning with him, so I hurriedly drew my weapon. Well, time to put some holes in them. Time to put some holes in wrestling.
Battle 1. Fight!
Kinda reminds me of Berserker from SoulCalibur VI. Told you I was gonna put some holes in it.
Battle 2. Fight!
Destroy this one. Blood is so powerful it destroys his armor. This is the power of blood. Okay, well, now he's... There we go. Now it's dig it. The fight ended when Russell's gigantic body struck the cart, causing avalanche of weapons to fall on top of him and bend him to the ground. That sounds like it would probably kill him. Like, unless, I mean, the weapons are probably sheathed, I guess. They're probably not just but still. Cannot move. Some of the weapons look like they will come in handy on my journey. Steal versus weapons work. I'm not trying to say anything again. Let's fucking steal some weapons, yo. No, that is boss weapon. Fuck your boss. You are strong, but boss is stronger. That is why it is his weapon. I ignored wrestling and picked out a fine weapon to take. No, you will pay. I will not forget. Fuck you. You're wrong, Pete. My weapon's probably just entire pistols. Nazi for scoundrels. When I arrived at Corina, I found a man and a woman claiming to have a message from a certain person. When your opponent has increased defense or receives more damage from throws. Corina was near. I would likely arrive before sundown. Two people appeared seemingly out of thin air. They were dressed all in black like the men in Yamon. So you have come. Well, we have a message for you. Sir Grow is waiting for you in Corina. Bro, was that the Man in Black's name? Yeah. Yes. Surprise. Fucking Metal Gear noise. Exclamation point. Stand down, Natalie. Dion, something about this still does not sit well with me. And to know who you're dealing with. That way, what better way than to fight? Time is short, make it fast. Can't just fucking talk things out. Can't just have a nice, pleasant conversation.
Battle 1. Fight! Battle 2. Fight!
God damn it. When in doubt, just like the pressure. Not bad. You can make Natalie even break a sweat. You're proving your strength. Now just make sure you get to the Astral Fissure before Aswell does. With that, they both simply vanished. Something was happening, that was for sure, and it sounded like time was of the essence.
Your soul surges in your body.
Level 19. Aswell. The messengers were telling the truth. When I arrived at the Astral Fissure in Corina, the Man in Black Girl was waiting for me, but he was not alone. Opponents have gone berserk, gaining increased attack power to defeat them all. There's two of them. The astral fissure floated in the air above the weathered ruin. It cast an ominous light distorted ever so slightly by the scorching heat of the desert. As I thrust both my arms into the astral fissure, a stream of power surged through me. Well, now this is a sight to behold. The men in black row appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Answer me, why do you seek the power of the astral fissure? I mean, they keep me alive. Well, I didn't mean to pick that, but I guess that's what we're going with. I was going to think about it a little bit more, but I accidentally hit the button. Therefore, I quickly described what happened to me and told him that I would die without the power of the astral fissures. Much of your story rings false, but some of what you say does match our information. I shall give you the benefit of the doubt. It's telling me I will have answers from you, but I have more pressing matters to attend to now. As well, he will no doubt appear soon. That if what you say is true, he is your enemy too. Bro fell silent. Who was this Aswell? The qualifiers had mentioned that name too. I awakened with Grow, a feeling of unease gripping my chest. Blessed be, the astral fissures actually disappeared. Aswell. Why, if it isn't my darling Grow, how on earth have you been? I came to retrieve the spirit sword fragment from your filthy hands and make you pay for your crimes with your life. I expect nothing less of the Able organization's top dog. Such mindless loyalty, you simply wouldn't be you without it. Oh, you've been making friends, Grow. I thought my memory was second to none, but I failed to recall seeing this character while I was still with the organization. Well, cover me befuddled. You're an odd one, aren't you? Why on earth would you be here if you aren't with the organization? No, don't tell me. Let me guess for myself. Yes, I see. In a blink of an eye, his expression and manner went from mockingly ostentatious to contemplative, his tone sharp and serious. You must be the one who took care of the astral fissure that was here, correct? Oh, happy days, to think I'd meet someone like you, and I got to see my little girl too. Wonderbar. Well, hello there. You were involved in everything that happened in India, correct? Fascinating. You exude the same aura as an astral fissure. Oh, I see. Oh, how intriguing. Such an interesting specimen. It's clear why my darling girl here would be smitten with you. I wouldn't go that far to say smitten with me. Well, it appears the stage is set for you, and I put. Well, it appears the stage is set for you and I to put on a wondrous performance. Fight over astral fissure, such a dramatic setting. I can barely contain my excitement. I simply cannot wait to meet you again. Adieu. You will not escape. Grrr. Grow moved to pursue as well, but the strange man's minion stood in his path. This is just looking good from me to you, my darling Grow. Doesn't it just bring back memories of your little friend Curtis? You bastard! These inconsequential creatures are merely failed experiments, but they pose quite the threat in the group, don't they? Is he creating Malfested? Oh, how scary, but please, save your glares for someone who cares. You think I feel no pain? I feel sorry for them, I do. But they were a necessary step on the path to humanity's salvation. Ah, such tragedy. I can hardly bear it. Anyhow, while I do enjoy our conversations, every moment I must endure these wretches' company pains me to no end. On Aswell's command, the Malfested soldiers attacked. Whoa. Alright.
Adorable.
Fuck. got nothing on him.
Your soul
Level
surges in
20.
your body.
Level 21? Alright. I'm high enough level to drink now. The Evolve organization. So this is level 36, right? Alright, the Able organization. By the time we have dispatched the Malfested soldiers, Asbo was nowhere in sight. I believe we're done here. Bro was a formidable warrior. Likely he could have handled all of those enemies alone. Let's ask about Asbo. See, he seems like the most pressing subject at the moment. I do not know his ultimate goal, but he is absorbing the power of the astral fissures in his pursuit. That is why I said he is your enemy. Asbo is also a traitor to our organization. One of my minions is to dispose of him. After everything that happened, Joe seemed a little more open to questions. I asked him to tell me more about this group. Ah shit, I almost knocked off my goddamn headphones. The Able organization's purpose is to destroy those who have lost their humanity, outsiders. I am still unsure whether or not you are one of them. You have absorbed astral fissures, so normally I would not hesitate to dispose of you. Let us make a deal. Judging by your movements up to this point, you do not know where the astral fissures will appear, correct? We can provide you with that information. In return, you work with us to take care of the fissures. Know that your answer here will help me decide whether or not you are an outsider who must be destroyed. What say you? I believe it to be an attractive offer. Bro was spot on when he told me an astral fissure would appear. I think you were right. Such information would be incredibly useful to me. At the moment, I have no way of knowing where to head next. After some consideration, I took Grow up on his offer. Your power will help us achieve our goal. However, if I detect any sign of treachery, I will cut you down where you stand. Bitch, I'd like to see you try. First, we must depart this desert. Once that has been accomplished, I will tell you where to find the next astral fissure. Message for the agent Black, an eye full of rage. Desert sand stretched to the horizon in all directions when Grow suddenly stopped. He stared into the distance, his gaze focused and intent. Your opponents will have increased attack power, but their health depletes over time. Okay, so Malfested with Symphantes' moveset. Malfested with, I think it's Raphael's moveset. A third Malfested with Yoshimitsu's moveset. And that's it. I continued along the desert road for what felt like ages, no longer interested in the unchanging scenery around me. I quietly trudged forward with my eyes on the path ahead of me. Bro stopped abruptly and staring at the sand dune in front of us. I strained to see what was holding his attention, but I could see nothing. There are 8 outsiders just beyond the dune up ahead. There were 3 in the shadow of the rock up on the right. I asked him how he knew that. When he turned around to face me, his left eye seemed to glow red for a moment. I will take care of those in front. You handle the rest. Let's go. All right.
Fight!
Psycho crushes for days. Those were similar to the Malfastic we fought in Corina. Aswell most likely sent them to slow us down. I stole a glance at Grow as he looked down at the Malfastic he had defeated. His normally stoic, emotionless face was flushed with a tinge of anger. Perhaps it had something to do with that Malfastic like aura he gave off earlier. How'd you know about the Outsiders, Grow? How'd you fucking know about them? There's no need for you to know that. Though I would imagine you weren't satisfied with that answer. Of course not. Will pointed to the lens he was wearing over his left eye. Just think of it as a feature of this lens. I won't believe you. Asking about the feeling I got in battle. You're just imagining things. However, Will paused for a moment, then averted his gaze and muttered softly. When As was involved, I do have a tendency to become emotional. I will admit that. If we stay here much longer, we will play right into Aswell's hands. We should hurry. The Ascended Warrior. Crow's orders, we made our way through the desert, where once again, two qualifiers appeared. This time, however, Valtro had changed considerably. He looks more festive now. Your opponent has gone berserk, gaining increased attack power, reduced their health below a certain level. Alright. Wait, what level am I? I have level 20 weapon, didn't I? And a level 21 weapon, so I could actually just... What's this? But this one is like it's like more aligned with like the one. What is this one? This one does not bode us well. Pick up the pace. Don't tell me what to do. Hey, your breathing is ragged. Can you continue? I'm fine. Guys cannot fool me. You have been dragging your legs for some time. Enemies are approaching. It is okay to act strong, but in battle you must be strong. Ready yourself. It has been a long time, Grow, so you still haven't washed your hands of that pathetic group of yours? What a fool. You don't know beauty when you see it. Alright, fucking Vega, calm down. If you insist on opposing Lord Aswell, I will have to strip your flesh from your bones here and now. Try it. The ones who cannot escape death are traitors like Aswell and you. Always barking, aren't you? Come, Valtro. Show them the results of the experiments. Shut your mouth. Don't give me orders. I'm going to use the power Lord Aswell gave me to crush you. I think something might have happened to Valtro. I think something it might have done something to him. I thought Valtro also used it on Alright, there we go. Wahaha, you could not hurt me. Valtro was a large man, but the strength and stamina he showed now was unnatural. Now you know the power of an ascended warrior. This is the fruit of Aswell's research. Lord Oswald told me about his experiments on you, Gro. He said you were a great help to him. Lord Oswald spoke highly of you. You were the first subject infected with malfestation to be able to retain their sense of self. After all, I see. Now, Valtro, unleash your full power. Repay your debt to Lord Oswald. I would love it if you used your power to grow. I'm thrilled at the prospect of observing how our older experiments measure up against our latest masterpiece. Ah, this mission truly is a thing of beauty. Lord Aswell chose me. I have surpassed the human race. When I finally passed the test, he smiled. He gave me his love. I'll crush you with the power Lord Aswell gave me. Vacho charged us with unbelievable speed. Instinctively, I closed my eyes and braced for impact. Yes, bro, fucking block his charge. Huh? There was a dull thud and Vacho cried out of confusion and dismay. I opened my eyes to see Bro blocking Vacho with only his left arm. Surpassed the human race? Is that what Aswell said? Bro's voice was dripping with murderous intent. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Bro's left eye was glowing with a malicious blood-red light. Very well. You wish to know what it's like to surpass the human race? Know this, outsider. Wah! In a flash, Valtro fell to the ground, spurting blood. Deliver this message to Aswell for me. Perform whatever experiments, create whatever soldiers you like, doesn't matter. All who stand in my way will die. No, this isn't beautiful at all. Daniel and his allies fled into the swirling winds of the growing sandstorm. Only once they had completely disappeared did Grow relax. At WR, he gave off a bait. Fuck is this, some kind of anime? The Shield of I forgot to check what the next lowest level weapon I have is. Maybe 29? 29 seems like it's the next lowest. On the road. The sandstorm was worse than we'd imagined, so. Though sandstorm was worse than we'd imagined, so when we came across some half-buried ruins, we decided to take cover. I couldn't get what happened out of my mind and found myself staring at Grow's left arm. If you have something to say, then say it. So what the fuck is up with your left arm? This is the power of an outsider. I became infected on a mission when I was injured in a fierce battle against him. Aswell treated the wound. Likely he is partially to blame for what has become of me. But know this, I will use every tool at my disposal to carry out my duties. Be it this power or you. What Curtis? He was a friend. I killed him. There was nothing else to say. Did he turn malfesting and then you were forced to kill him? Well, Aswell. His experiments were always too risky, too dangerous, even back when he was one of us. After his betrayal, he formed the Qualifiers. They are a group of fanatics who worship the very ground he walks on. Aswell selects the human guinea pigs for his mad experiments from their numbers. Very well. We waited for the sandstorm to pass in silence, though I grew more and more impatient with every wasted moment. Bro sat motionless, his face betraying no emotion. This is nothing compared to the blizzards in my homeland. Even the fearsome Gro had a place he called home. The thought made him seem somehow less threatening and more human. I tried to engage Gro in some small talk, but he just replied with grunts. It seemed the sandstorm had finally died down. Let's go. There's a city not far from here. We will speak about the astral fissure there. Chapter 3. Intermingling Fates. I want to see what is happening. Oh, there's all kinds of side quests around. Salty for scoundrels. Salty for scoundrels. Merchants of the Wetlands, bandits about. The road was finally open, but now bandits were waylaying merchants traveling with their reopened land route. A merchant named Lila asked me to escort her, and I happily agreed. However, only critical edges are effective, but your soul gauge feels more easy. Critical edge, I think, is the super, right? Alright, so first enemy is a bandit with Sulpitia's moveset. Second enemy is bandit with Yoshimisa's moveset. And third, bandit with Kila's moveset. Alright. When I arrived at the trading house in Dhaka, merchants I recognized from the rogue repair job were there to greet me. Their expressions were troubled. I bid you welcome. My name is Maharshi. I forgot to look up what level this mission was. Hopefully I don't get fucking wrecked. I bid you welcome. My name is Maharshi. I represent the merchants here in our first city. The road that was repaired with your help is not seeing much use. Bandits raid constantly. A few goods make it through. The merchant guild master asked me to help him once more by protecting goods and caravans traveling along the road. I nodded, and I agreed, and just as the woman arrived. It appeared that the two knew each other. Oh, so you're this famous guard everyone's talking about. I would like to depart tonight, but I need an escort. Are your services available? My name is Lila. It's a pleasure. The wooded road through the wetlands is a narrow and treacherous path for horse carts. A little wobble can cause the wheels to slip off the planks and leave you were tired. What's that? In the light of the moon, we spotted a number of small boats approaching stealthily through the inlets and water channels by the road. It's them! A group of armed men leaped out from their boats onto the nearby sandbar and charged at us. It was an ambush. We'll take that up good. Stand back and don't move. Not tonight. Do your job, Captain Cruz. Will do. You're the brute that beat up our friends before, aren't you? We'll make you pay for that. I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will.
Stop. Stop. Resisting. Just watch.
Man, super real with that blade. Okay. So two things of rhythm. Shooting guns and psycho pressure. Okay.
Just watch.
Super is a big book. Jesus Christ. That thing hit his entire health bar.
Stop. KO.
Retreat. The bandits swiftly pointed their bows and paddled away. You're quite skilled, thank you. I kept cargo safe, but something about the bandits' actions bothered me. The way they handled their boats and their retreat seemed practiced. In addition, we had only finalized for departure earlier today, yet they had set up an ambush in an ideal location to catch us. As I pondered the situation, my eyes met those of Lila who had been gazing at me. She offered me a brilliant smile. Are you done ruminating? Then let's be off, my pocket card.
Your soul surges in your body.
Interesting. Very interesting. Also, let's move through. Still have just the level of this. The crewman agency. Oh. Okay, so I didn't realize I could do this already. But yeah, so there's that. There was a tutorial about this. I didn't realize. Yeah. So this is the thing. You can recruit mercenaries that can help. That you can use. I forget if you like build a team that includes your character, or if it's just like a thing where you can use the mercenary instead of your current character if you want. Yeah. So, and the mercenaries are created characters, like that other people created. I think that's really cool. Unfortunately, none of them are really good. They're pretty low level for me. Right now, they're significantly lower than my current level. Jiggy-san, rumors of Doge. Hey you're the one that was going toe-to-toe with the official here, aren't you? That was quite the gripping performance. The man who approached me appeared to be a peddler from Korea. He described himself as an avid spectator of martial arts, traveling the land in search of famous training halls as he sold his wares along the way. I'm not really the fighting type myself, you see, which is why I have so much respect for those with power. Oh, excuse me. I may not be one to judge, but you seem much stronger than the masters of the famous dojo in my hometown. Actually, that might be interesting. Why not go a few rounds with them? The merchant told me about the songs. Family located, I'm probably saying that right. It's like Xiong's, the Xiong's, right? It's like Xiongmina, right? I think. I don't know how the fuck to pronounce it anymore. A family located just beyond the gates of Jigi-san, his hometown in Korea. The current master of the dojo was Han Myung. Whatever. Hailed by those who knew him as a god among martial artists. His family had earned the trust of the king and were known as the greatest martial artists in the country. There's not a soul in town who doesn't know that family. They're the best of the best. It won't be easy to beat them, but you're clearly no pushover either, so it should be a good fight if you're up to it. I'll go over to Xiang Doje. The merchant chuckled as he bid farewell and went his way. Let's go.
What stands in your way?
Just one more.
Fight! Stop.
Alright. Viper Dash. Alright, Warriors' eyes were as sharp as their blades at the Shimazu Clans tournament. I had made it to the semifinals. Started back was so charged, and one bar we were so engaged through. I start soul charged? Cool. Only I knew how to. If only I had weird Nagi's moveset enough to know how to capitalize on that. I fought my way to the semifinals. Spectators thronged the arena cheering for their favorite fighters. I've been rooting for Captain Cruz from the start. Heck, I'm the one who told him to join the tournament. That's true. That dude's had my back from the beginning. Love you, bro. Appreciate you. It seemed I had attracted no small number of admirers with their shouts to spur me on. I readied myself. Glad to know that dude still has my back.
Battle 1. Fight!
Let's go!
Absolutely wasted that fucking soul turn. Oh god. Alright, okay, alright.
Battle 2. Fight! Stop. Resisting.
Just to be
God damn it. Are you serious?
Watch this!
Oh fuck.
I get my all! Dodge this! Is that all? Get
I feel like I got real lucky there, but whatever, it's fine. Well, now this is that I won. Maybe I am the better warrior. The finals, level 28. Yeah, I'm not into that right now. Moving on. Level 14, Jiggy-san, this young dojo. Jiggy-san, this young dojo. With the merchant's words in mind, I visited the Xiong Dojo. Unfortunately, the infamous warrior I hoped to meet was absent, so instead I found myself sparring with some of his pupils. Counter hits do more damage for both you and your opponents. Alright. So it's two enemies. First one with Mina's style. Second one with Shanghua's. Right? That's right. Right, Shanghua's style. After arriving in Jiri-san, I made my way to the dojang. The merchant had mentioned the Xiong dojang. I was greeted by a pupil and told him the reason for my visit. Unfortunately, my master is currently away. He may be back this evening, but he will be leaving on another journey early in the morning. I'm afraid we cannot let a stranger to the dojo without my master's permission. Perhaps we come back in about 10 days from now. 10 days? I have other things to do, so I can afford to stay in town long enough for his master to return. Detecting my disappointment, people look sympathetic. I can't let you to the dojo, but many of the younger peoples are training outside. Since you come all this way, you're more than welcome to join them. Viewing this is a prime opportunity to learn more about the Siang style. I thanked the man and made my way over to where the peoples are training. Okay. Alright. Cool.
Fight! Stop! Stop!
Psycho crushes for days.
Fight! Stop! Resisting!
That seems sweet. Alright. I totally know exactly what I'm doing at all times. 100%. After completing my sparring matches with the Siang Dojang pupils, I set off toward the end. You there, wait a minute. I hadn't realized there was someone nearby. Caught unawares, I took a defensive stance. There's no need to be alarmed. I am Siang Han Mian. Mian? Master of the Siang Dojang. It seems he had seen my sparring matches with his pupils on his way back to the dojo. You are quite an impressive fighter. Only my most advanced pupils were able to provide you a challenge. Alright to assume you're a traveler? I told Han Myung of the merchant and my reason for paying a visit to the dojo. I apologize for not being able to spar with you myself. Should you ever come to the area again, please pay a visit to the dojo. Also, having seen how capable you are, I have something to ask of you. Han Myung asked me to inform him if I ever saw or heard anything about his only daughter who had run away from home. He said her name was Young Mina, and that she was proficient in the fighting techniques passed down from generations in the Siang family. He even went as far as to say her skill surpasses him. She ran away from home not long ago and left a note saying she's headed west in search of the Sword of Salvation. I tried to stop her, but she's a stubborn one. Once she sets her mind to something, there's no convincing her otherwise. I don't know where she gets that foolishness from. He spoke harshly of his daughter, but the expression of his face showed how concerned he was for her well-being. I won't be able to rest easy until she's back here so I can teach her a proper lesson. I realize it's unfair for me to ask this of someone I just met, but please help me find my daughter. So he was Siang Mina's pop. Makes sense. 13, that's just an insert strength thing. Alright, so that was a nice little expedition. Back to Kashgar. These are moving yet. After an arduous journey across the harsh desert, I found myself in the oasis city of Kashgar. I've raced to meet my subordinates here. Forgive my tardiness, sir. And what do they decide? Sir, the 12 have spoken. Although it is unclear whether or not the subject is an outsider, the majority have voted to allow him to accompany us for our mission. They're treating this as a special case. Understood. Sir, I have one more thing to report. You found Aswell? Or have you located another astral fissure? Neither. The 12 wish for you to investigate a facility in the Kashgar suburbs and destroy it if possible. I have the organs here. So, Aswell is here. Dion and Natalie head to the facility and carry out the mission. Sir. Understood. Dion and Natalie walked off. I asked Ro what our next move was. He turned to face me. The location of the astral fissure remains unknown, but be ready to leave whenever necessary. When your preparations are complete, meet me here. Alright. What the hell is happening here? The Legend of the Great Pirate. Ooh. Sounds interesting. Dining at a tavern in a port town is rarely uneventful. Sure enough, some ruffians appeared, determined to let me know I had raised their ire. Oh, what's the stage making me slippery? So, first enemy, ruffian, with... I want to say that's Mitsurugi. That's Mitsurugi's style. Second enemy, ruffian with... Maybe? Not really sure. Yeah, third enemy, ruffian with Keelik style. The tavern in the port town was teeming with fishermen, merchant sailors, and all sorts of seafood. The tavern in the port town was teeming with fishermen, merchant sailors, and all sorts of seafood. As I sat there eating my dinner, someone from among the boisterous crowd suddenly called out to me. Hey you, I've seen your mug before, haven't I? Huh? Oh yeah, it's that punk that was with Maxie and his crew. I couldn't forget that face even if I wanted to. Because of you, we were adrift at sea for days. We thought we were done for. Although they remembered me, I have no recollection of them. They were apparently pirates I defeated while traveling with Maxie and his crew. We got you now. Hope you're ready for us to send your sorry butt to Davy Jones' locker. Dude, I'm just trying to eat my food. Alright? Let me eat my chicken nuggies in peace. God damn it.
Just ready. Ready. Ready.
That's one. Oh, that's fucking that boss style.
Ready.
Oh god!
The soul of a warrior now lays here to rest.
First death in this run, in this playthrough of Real Soul, and it's all because of the slippery goddamn core. God damn it!
Fight! Ready.
That it? Yeah.
Very gracefully for a hardened band at the suit. He's just got a motherfucking dragon ready. Fucking tryhard. Just kick him in the head. Just kick him in the head. That works. Damn, we'll let you live this time. Yeah, you'll let me live. Okay, sure. But things aren't gonna be so easy for you next time. You're here till that bastard Maxie, the same goes for him. As I watched the pirates make their retreat, an elderly fellow sitting next to me handed me a drink. Not bad, sonny boy. I'd say you're probably the ninth strongest person I've seen in my lifetime. Here, have a drink. It's on me. Ninth strongest person. I think the old man took the drink, and I proceeded to ask him about these 8 people stronger than me. I'm talking about pirates. The 8 people stronger than you are pirates, of course. Bruh, have you looked at me? Do your eyes work? And speaking of pirates, who comes to mind for you? Red Drake, perhaps? Or maybe the Bergbergic terrors of the Mediterranean? The Barbarossa brothers? What about the pirate queen, Grace O'Malley? Pirate queen, you say? Now I'm interested. You've heard of Drake's cousin, John Hawkins, right? Have you heard of the one true pirate king known as Risky Boots, old man? No? Okay, well, you know. Maybe you should educate yourself a little bit. Just saying. Just saying. There are a horse of famous pirates, but for me, the king of them all is none other than Cervantes de Leon. Of course it's Cervantes. Huh? You've never heard of him? Of course I've heard of him. Are you a fucking senile? Are you senile, old man? Of course I've heard of him. Maybe that's for the best, eh? According to the old man's story, he was apparently a great pirate that was known to all who sailed the Atlantic. He's fear and dread incarnate, that's for sure. I saw him once when I was a kid, and after that, I was so scared I couldn't get a wink of sleep at night. He sailed the seas on his galleon, the Adrian. Sacked and slaughtered was his creed, and just his name alone was enough to strike fear to the hearts of all who had heard it. He was one of the few pirates adept at handling 2 weapons at once, and some say his strikes were as strong as the blows of a kraken. I feel like, you know, I mean, nah, I was gonna say I feel like I'm pretty good at using 2 weapons at once, but nah, I don't know how the fuck to use what's that? I'm basically just mashing buttons. You know, this is just between you and me, but Captain Cervantes. The old man went on seeing me without end. He regaled me with tales of the great pirates Cervantes until the next morning. Okay.
Your soul surges in your body.
Alright. Here. Alright, back to Cash Bar. Blacksmith. As I walked around the market enjoying its hustle and bustle, I saw a woman trying to attract the attention of customers. She told me she was a blacksmith and she had a favor to ask. You still take damage from gardening. Reduce the opponent's health below a certain level. Still take damage from gardening? What kind of bullshit is this? Wandering through the city, I heard a cheerful voice shouting into the crowd. I noticed an energetic young woman standing in front of the shop. Gather round, behold both of the blacksmith's most beautiful blade, forged by a legendary blacksmith. It boasts untold sharpness. Despite her best efforts, the passers-by did just that, passed her by. Nothing today either. The girl caught sight of me. Hey you, that's a fine weapon you got there. You look capable of handling yourself too. I knew you could do something for me. Here's payment up front. She tossed a metal coin, then drew the sword she had been trying to sell and pointed it at me. It's time for a demonstration. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. So that's why I still take damage, I guess, when she attacks me. Apparently, because the sword possesses untold stretches.
Sorry if you get hurt. Am I losing now?
Yes, you are.
Oh, go easy. Some weapon, right? Yeah, I'll beat you.
You try, Bolta. You try. Thanks. That will get their attention. Well, everyone, now that you've witnessed the sword in action, why not buy it? I'll even throw in something extra to sweeten the pot. The demonstration seemed to have been a success, and people crowded around her. Some seemed very interested in her other merchandise too. What an excellent choice. This is your latest axe design. When the swarm of customers eventually dispersed, the blacksmith walked over to me, smiling proudly. You really saved my skin. If you want to show off a weapon, you gotta use it, right? I complimented her on her passion and courage and her innovative sales techniques. She grew flustered. Nah, I'm not really doing this for the thrill of commerce. I need the money. I got something I need to get back. Anyway, who cares about that? My name's Volta, and I'm the boss here at the smithy. Well, I mean, I'm the only one who works here, so yeah. Okay, alright. Anyway, take this as a token of my thanks. I don't just make weapons, you know, I upgrade them too. That material I gave you is used to do just that. If you need me to upgrade a weapon, you know where to find me. Cool. I finished my preparations and went to meet Bro. He was waiting for me. Good, you're here. The situation has changed. The automatically should have reached the facility by now, but I've yet to hear word from them. Something likely happened. We're going after them. They're really necessary. If something happened to them, it would be on my head. Fair enough. Solar, okay. Algid. What is this? Cash card shop, maybe weapons. Filter. Set pockets. Level 16. Oh, I already have that. I was using that earlier. What's the smithing? So I can use quick person reroll transfer each bonus and develop the weapon. Or I could just use one of these. I use one that has multiples of it. More health. Celebration bonus. Just one more health. Memories of Junno, glitch the weaponsmith. I made my way to Kashgar to pay a visit to weaponsmith Clutch, who had once overwhelmed Master Jonah in the battle with his unusual attack. Jonah had given me little information to go on, but help wasn't far away. We reflect damage and perform a guarding It's never gonna happen. So I played Bolta again. This time using Serena style. I heard a Wolfsmith named Klitsch said to be living in Kashgar. His might had been enough to overwhelm Jonah in his younger days, so I decided to visit those. It was my good fortune to already know a Smith in Kashgar. I decided to pay her a visit. If you'll get some Captain Cruz, I'll be back. I found both the selling weapons at the bazaar. If anyone knew about Klitsch, it would be her. When I asked her, she spoke hesitantly. Well, Klitsch is my father, but he disappeared a long time ago. Oh, don't worry, it doesn't bother me anymore. This was once his forge. I guess I've inherited just about everything from him. The shop, my job, my personality, pretty much everything. So, I think I can give you what you're looking for. Bolta smiled at me confidently. You wanted a bout with my old man, right? I can give you a good demonstration of this skill. I mean, we've already fought before, Bolta.
Battle 1. Fight!
Oh, she actually ran towards me.
Stop.
Not yet.
Alright.
Battle 2. Fight!
Into the furnace!
Oh, fuck.
Here goes! Some weapon, right?
That's
You're
a pretty
done.
cool super.
Stop.
Alright. Unnecessary reversal edge at the end, man. Phew, you got me. I never thought you'd be able to sneak it. You'd be able to sneak an attack in like that. Bolta came at me with a storm of attacks that were far sweeper and heavier than our demonstration earlier. I was barely able to deliver a counterattack, but Bolta seemed shaken. I remember that Klitsch had gone missing and asked if she was worried about him. Nah, he has a habit of wandering off when he's in the back room. He'll probably come strolling through the door one of these days. Ha! Bolta gave a cheerful laugh and handed me something long and then wrapped in silk. Take it. It's the last thing the old man made. He may be a bit fickle, but even I respect his word. By the way, if you see him, use that thing to crack his nose for him. Ooh, yes. Bastra. Let's set gunshots. Hammer of the metal, Bolta and a vine. Bolta wasn't her usual chipper self. I wondered if there was something I could do to help as a thank you for all her kindness. Women's high attacks do more damage, but their other attacks are weakened. Alright, let's drop all those moveset. Retro these moveset. Alright. The bustling streets of Kashgar were dyed by the colors of the setting sun. I opened a familiar door, and the ring of the blacksmith's hammer paused. Welcome. Oh, it's Captain Cruz. You're a sight for sore eyes. I'm just finishing up. Let's have a drink. Go on, drink up now. Bolta's cheer seemed forced. There was something bothering her, so I asked what it was. She smiled bitterly. Rats, that obvious? The Royal Army wants to take another look at the people who make their equipment, so they're holding an exhibition. That sort of position carries a lot of honor, so I normally leave at the chance, but the competition stood. Another smith called Yashin's been making a real name for himself. His work isn't great, but his prices can't be beat. I want to go in the opposite direction. This is a smithy with techniques that have been passed down for generations. The effort I put into the metal makes it something special. But my sources of good iron have dried up. There's not much time until the exhibition, and I was wondering how I'd get my hands on some decent material. I asked if I could met her in, and both the smile sheepishly. I knew you were a man I could count on. I didn't want to trouble you, but here we are. Thanks for the help. 2 days travel from the city was a wide salt lake. Much of it had dried up, leaving a flat, white expanse of land. This used to be the bottom of the sea, and high-quality iron sand accumulated here over the centuries. This sand belongs to the local lord, but he's given us permission to gather sand here tonight. Yeah, but you didn't get permission from us, so get out of here. Here, acid stuff. Acid studs. You never give up. I guess we'll have to convince you the hard way. I'm afraid of acid or the studs.
Fight! So annoying!
Yeah, that reversal didn't work out so well for that dude.
Fight!
You idiot! Stupid!
Stop!
There we go. When in doubt, Psycho Crusher. Damn you, we won't forget this. Watch your backs. The ruffians uttered one last threat before fleeing the beach. That lot works for Asen, a local mercenary captain. He's of noble birth, but fortune comes and goes, right? Both of Margaret as she grasped her pick. Something was on her mind, but this was not the time to cry. Thus, Smith dug quickly through the layer of salt, revealing black earth underneath. Here we are, yes, this is the quality I was looking for. I really owe you for this, thanks. Both gave me a delighted smile. Cool. We helped out both. Bounty. Jesus Christ, really? Fuck. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. It's all for just collecting in search of strength. Level 13 in search of strength. Side mission. Okay. The Wild Girl and the Rose. Came across what we were looking for not too far from town. While at first glance it seemed to be an empty room, Bro informed me that Aspel had built a laboratory inside. However, it appeared we were not the only ones interested in it. The entrance must be hidden around here somewhere. Get searching. I nodded and set out to search the area. For long I heard a banging sound and a woman's voice. I just don't get it. It's got to be here somewhere. Hey, I visited your dad's dojo earlier. Like here. Hey, yeah, so. We're here. Yeah. You there, what are you doing? Who are you? Can't you see I'm busy? It's not safe here. Leave. Now. Thanks for the advice, but I have business here. Ignoring Grill, she continued to inspect the ruins wall. How many times must I tell you, fool? Who are you calling fool? Name's Young Mina. I don't know who you are, but if you're looking for a fight, you got one. If I lose, I'll leave. Deal? Sugmina ready her weapon. Girl shook his head. Couldn't look over at me. Oh, excuse me. How irritating. I shall leave this one to you, Captain Cruz. I only kill outsiders. The fuck? Bro, who said anything about killing her?
Battle 1. Fight!
Jerk! See ya! You jerk!
I'm trying so hard to rig her out. I'm trying so hard.
Can you stand? Not quite!
Battle 2. Fight! Stop.
Yes! Yes, I got it. Got it.
Fight! Stop.
There we go. There we go. Just chuck her into the abyss. By the way, Shinmina, your father wants you back home. Just as I throw her off a cliff, by the way, Shinmina. Shinmina, by the way, your father wants you back home. You lost, now leave. Stuff. Come, Captain Cruz.
Your soul surges in your body.
Alright. Level 25. Seven. Hook, line, and sinker. Though we had found the ruins where Dion and Natalie were trapped, Swarm of Malfested would stand between us and our missing companions when we finally managed to get inside. Your points have preserved the increased attack power to perform. So it's a Malfested with Bulba's moveset, Malfested with Tira's moveset, and Malfested with Maxi's moveset. Alright. Here, I sense the evil coming through the other side of this wall. There are signs Dion and Natalie passed. There are signs Dion and Natalie passed through here. Going in. I walk down dimly lit passages, the walls damp and stone wobbling with each step. A place I clearly seen better days. I mean, it is a ruin, so, you know, it appears that experiments were performed here. However, I see nothing of import. That you, sir? Suddenly, Dion's muffled voice rang out from behind the wall. Dion, are you alright? Yes, sir. Natalie's with me. Be careful, there are still plenty of Malfested with them. Intruder you're detecting. Seize them. I turned in surprise to see a horde of Malfested. Master Aswell will want them. Master Aswell will want them. These people, Aswell did this to them. They are dangerous. Worry not about us. Flee while you can. Why? Fucking stop it. Stop it.
Stop.
hard. Get fucking shot, you bitch. Our job here is done. Sir, how on earth were you able to defeat somebody malfested? They have been exterminated. That is all you need to know. Now tell me what happened. We found some suspicious documents, but the malfested ambushed us, and amidst the fighting, we accidentally triggered some sort of trap. The wall dropped down and locked us in here. This room must have served as a prison, because there's no way to open the door from within. Is it just the two of you in there? There's nothing that might help? Yes, it was too dark to see anything clearly, but we found nothing when we searched the room earlier. We'll cross the turn to basement. There must be a way to open it from the outside. When this place was used as a lab, that room likely served a number of purposes. Whether it functioned as a holding cell or a sealed experiment chamber, we needed to open it eventually. The switch must be nearby. We split up to search. A few minutes later, Girl pointed to part of the floor. Looking closer, I noticed the stone slightly different from the color of the others. After a quick press, the wall rose to reveal Dion and Emily. Sir, please forgive us for our failure. Excuse me. We are most grateful for your help. However, I feel you should have left us behind. When you lost contact with us, you must have suspected we had fallen into a trap. It would have been more appropriate to prioritize pursuit of Vespa following a rescue party to protect Morgan's finals. Exactly, you go too far. Sir, your judgment is often clouded when it comes to Asbos, not. Our mission is to defeat Asbel. Everything else is secondary. Furthermore, you are a valuable resource. You will have many logical to leave behind. Suddenly, the building shook violently before it collapsed. What the? Sword of salvation. When I opened my eyes, I could see a hole in the ceiling. That must have been where we had fallen through. It was quite the shot. It was quite the drop. How do you feel? You appear not to have sustained any severe injuries, but you were unconscious for some time. Should I refrain from making any sudden movements? I asked if Dion and Natalie were okay. Girl nodded. Dion and Natalie returned before long. As expected, we were unable to find a way out. The building was old and unstable to begin with, so it is likely all the fighting above awakened it to the point of collapse. Seems the only way out is up. Well then, you're climbing. Hey, you still breathing down there? Say something if you are. The voice came from above it, belonged to the girl we had met outside. So me now. We wasted no time in responding. I knew it. Well, one fell on a rope. You have my gratitude, thank you. I heard a loud noise and the whole thing collapsed. Talk about a shot. The smoke was crazy too. Well, at least you're all safe. I'll accept any praise you want to throw at me. Why had you not left? What happened to our deal? Were you going to scurry in after we had left? No matter. The building is no more. I know not what you saw, but it is too late to enter now. Have you heard of Soul Edge? You might know it as the Sword of Salvation. I came here looking for it. I have to get my hands on it. I heard a rumor that it was around here, so... We searched every corner of that place, but found no trace of this sword. To be blunt, look elsewhere. Of course, if you wish to stay here and dig holes, be my guest. Okay, Garden things. Another dead end. Oh well, I guess it's off to the next place. Catch you another time. I think people would name Soul Edge the Sword of Salvation. But I cannot deny that those rumors exist. I suppose that sword may offer salvation depending on how it is used, of course. Sir, here are the files we found inside. This mentions that you will see. Yes, sir. It is a study on the circumstances surrounding the occurrence of the evil seed. The research seems extensive. This matches our organization's intelligence. Eswell's trying to awaken the evil seed. The problem is how close he is. Perhaps his interest in the Astrofishes is linked to his plan. It is highly likely. We need to report back on what we've learned. This is I'm died among martial artists. I turned to the Song Dojo to tell Han Mayon about Mina. As a thank you for my troubles, he offered to go toe-to-toe with me in battle. Only to attacks reduce your guard gauge 4 and have a high chance of being countered as counter hits. When I returned to the Dojang, I was greeted by the people with whom I had spoken during my previous visit. I informed him of my business here. Oh, I remember you. Yes, my master told me what's going on. Right now, he's most likely training alone in the mountains behind the Dojang. Take the path over there to get to him. On my way up the mountain, I found Han Myung's sitting in meditation. It seemed he had finished his training. Oh, it's you. It's good to see you. I told him that I had run into Mina in the rooms near Kashgar. That foolish dog of mine is just as reckless as ever. It's as if she doesn't think. He spoke as harshly as ever about his daughter, but his eyes sparkled with relief to hear she was sick. Terribly sorry for the trouble my daughter caused you. It's not much of an offering, but I would you like to have a sparring match now since we couldn't. I was done on a chance to fight a god among martial artists, so I agreed wholeheartedly. Very well.
Battle 1. Fight! Stop!
What's that?
Stop! Resisting!
There! Giving up yet? Prepare to die! Huh? No chance! Stop there!
Stop! Resisting!
No chance! Prepare to die!
Oh god, oh god, oh god.
Stop! Resisting!
Alright, okay. Alright, okay.
Battle 2. Fight! Stop! Resisting!
Giving up yet?
Fuck.
Stop! Resisting!
Watch closely.
Are you fucking serious? He comboed into his goddamn super?
feeble.
Broke my fucking jacket too.
Stop. Wait.
Battle 3. Fight. Giving up yet? Perish. No chance. Real power. Wrong move. Giving up yet? Perish.
God damn it, god damn it. Okay, alright, that should be good. That should be good. Should be good. Where? Most impressive. I can see why Mina could not hold her own against you. To be able to trade blows with the promising young martial artist such as yourself has brought me more pleasure than I could have hoped for. Captain Cruz, it's late. I'll prepare a room for you in my home. I insist you come stay with us. The next morning, I was greeted by Han Myeon as I gathered my belongings. I'd like to thank you again for returning with news of Mina. Please take this as a token of my gratitude. I'm sure you'll find it useful at some point in the journey. Han Myung gave me a polearm passed down through this young family. Please feel free to visit again should you ever have the chance. Is it a polearm, dude? It's not the weapon type I use. But you know, it's cool, I guess. Appreciate it. I guess we're done here. Alright. The trigger. It'll be something. I get the whole thing. The Ming Empire and Europe are connected by a long winding trade route. I followed it west, traversing scorching sands and treacherous mountain ranges. Eventually, I arrived at the great city of Samarkand, a rich place where people from all over the world gather to trade goods and ideas. They say you can find anything here for a price. But even in Samarkand, some things are still hard to get. What's this I say? I can't read this language. What's this say? I can't read this language yet. In a plaza at the center of the city, a group of people were gathered in front of the Villanovis. Let me see. A handsome reward for those who present to me the item that embodies these words. The queen sits in a glimmering chamber, locked tight within the sturdy walls of her castle. She holds an orb most precious. I like the sound of the handsome reward, but what's the rest supposed to mean? I don't know. I know who's behind this though. That Western Lord, you know, the one who's always doting on his daughter. Oh yeah, I heard one time he ordered food and medicine all the way from Ming. Maybe he wants something there. Maybe he wants something from there again. I listened to the crowd chatter while mulling over solutions to the riddle. Eventually I hit upon the idea that this precious orb could be a pearl, and the castle would be the shell that protects it. A Korean weapons merchant I once met had told me about a rare food that Korea and Japan exported from the Ming Empire, dried abalone. Abalone shells are extremely tough, but inside they shine like a rainbow. Drag Avalanche is supposed to be quite the luxury item, but I doubt cost is an issue to this one. I should probably go see him if I ever find some. Alright. Rumors. Samarkand, a city bustling with travelers and merchants. Here, Dion and Natalie left us to meet with an informant who claimed to have information on the astral fissures. Let's go to the market. On my way to the market, I found my path blocked by a large crowd. An agitated man was shouting at the throngs of people. Danger lies to the west. Head that way at your own risk. You'll be killed by the lizard monster or the giant. So the lizard monster is clearly a lizard man. I assume the giant is Astaroth. My village was attacked by those very fiends. I'm the only survivor. They're demons, monsters that glory in slaughter. You know, I've heard similar rumors myself. As have I. Rumors from far to the west. A monstrous knight in azure armor has been rampaging across the land, murdering all he encounters. A monstrous knight in azure armor, you say? Now who could that possibly be? The Azure Knight. I thought it was just a rumor, but we should hire more guards. The Azure Knight. A lizard monster, a giant, and the Azure Knight vowed to take care if I ended up heading west. I left the crowd behind. Azure Knight is his nightmare. That's a common nickname he had throughout all the games. Not long after I met up with Bro, Dion and Natalie appeared. We've discovered a new astral fissure located near Bukhara. Understood, we should prepare to get cruise. Are you okay? An unbearable pain danced through my head. I dropped to my knees, trying desperately to endure it. Excuse me. After a few moments, the acne faded. It has been a while since you absorbed the power of an astral fissure. Can you stand? I nodded and slowly rose to my feet. Rest a while. Once preparations are complete, we head townwards. Purifier evil. At Grill's insistence, we took time to rest and rejuvenate. Then we began returning to the next astral fissure. On the way, new enemies presented themselves. I have reduced health and my opponents have increased attack power. What the fuck? I'm sorry, what? You're just gonna do me like that, really? Alright, so there's 3 enemies. They're all malfested. First one has Yomina style, second one has Talo style, third one has Mitsurugi style. Alright, let's give this a shot. As we make our way to the astral fissure, Dion leaned over and whispered to Bro. Sir, for some time now, I know we're being followed, and they do not seem friendly. Perhaps they have been affected by the fissure in Bukhara. That is a distinct possibility. Although any delay, we should face them here and now. We regulate our weapons. Moments later, malfested soldiers charge out of the darkness around us. Grrr. Alright. Alright. Fuck, my ass hurts. I might have to take a break soon just to fucking get off and stretch. After this fight, I'll probably do Ah. Hey, that one's still alive. Watch out. In my fasting, I thought the pig stood up and swung its sword at me. I tried to find myself, but I stumbled as my head exploded in pain. Girl sped towards me, arriving just in time to deflect Malfestus' strike. However, the wild maneuver put him off balance, leaving him wide open. The Malfestus' next swing arced toward him. Sir! Before the Malfestus strike could land, the creature froze. A moment later, it crumbled quietly to the ground. The woman stood behind where the creature had gone. Taki! You did this? Who are you? I see no need to tell you. The evil here has been purified, and so I take my leave. And with that, she disappeared into the darkness. Sir, are you okay? Yes. Who was that? She was no ordinary warrior. Indeed, for the briefest of moments, I sensed a strange power emanating from her weapon. We must ask our agents to investigate her.
Your soul surges
Level
in your body.
26. Terrible threat. Alright, before we do this, I'm gonna take a break real quick, just so I can get up and stretch and, you know, get the feeling back in my legs. Be right back. We're back. I switched to the live seed, and then I realized after I already clicked to switch to the live seed, I realized I forgot to put my headphones back on and also grab my arcade stick again. But that's fine. What was this? Merchants of the Wetlands, the Bandits Leader. I've begun to see the truth behind the events that had transpired, but before I could reveal it to Maharshi, I was attacked. Only soul charge attacks are effective to defeat all opponents. Okay. Packages. Excuse me. It was sunset as I was walking through the city with Maharshi. The number of people dwindled as we moved towards the outskirts. Captain Cruz, you said you had something you wanted to speak to me about away from prying ears? Surely this is far enough. Suddenly, the thump of dozens of footsteps echoed around us. I thought I would have time to share what I had learned with Maharshi, but the enemy moved faster than I anticipated. Forgive me, but I'm afraid the discussion won't be happening. Lila? The woman smiled, her teeth glinting dangerously in the light of the setting sun. Please don't think ill of me. I thought I would be able to let you live. I ain't afraid of you.
Fight! Go up there!
Stop.
I always have to save my new game for the KO's not a thing in this fight.
Fight!
Stop.
Nice. Yeah, KO's right.
Stop.
Alright. Who's next? Is it Lila herself? Sure is. Alright. Man, so charge attacks were really effective. But I didn't realize that they were going to be that goddamn strong. I would have used Soul Charge in the second round had I known that. Bah, get out of here now. Just as I was about to subdue Lila, she gave a cry and her lackey scattered. It was you all this time? Then the attack on your card. Entirely staged, of course. But you're awfully naive to be in your position. Control the flow of goods, manipulate prices, and earn profit. A rather simple plan for any merchant. It's a sound idea to be certain, but you have to invest a lot of upfront to reap any rewards. Enriching up your resources can never. Never mind that. You caught me, so what will you do with me? Fucking arrest her. Of course arrest her. Why would you ever let her go? Anyone who lets her go is sticking with your dick and not their head, alright? That's what I'm saying, alright? Absolutely arrest her. Fuck her. Fortunately, no one has died directly because of the attacks, but the bandits cutting off the road caused the city a great deal of harm. Lila had to answer for involvement in that crime. As I was talking to Maharshi, the sound of hooves drew near. Malcolm, over here. Some of the brigands that fled earlier had returned on horseback. The leader leaned down and offered a hand to Lila. Oh, you're quick today. Stop! Lila moved like lightning and seemed to almost fly into the sack. Don't fret, my dears. I won't be attacking the city again. I was looking for a chance to change ventures anyway. Lila gave us a quick grin from atop her horse. The woman and her band vanished in the dusk. The bandit attacks ceased for a while after that, and the repairs to the road progressed slowly but steadily. Perhaps Lila truly intended to keep a promise. You can never trust a bandit. Oh, Daka leveled up. Alright, so what you got off of me, Daka? You ain't got shit. God damn it. You still ain't got shit from me. The fuck, Daka? But you leveled up. What's this? The 5 rings, the letter for Ruan. Zihan asked me to take the letter to his old friend Ruan to request his help, but only kicks and throws are effective. Alright, uses Sermina's style. Zihan's shop was in a bustling commercial district near the harbor. I imagined that a front for a criminal organization would be tucked out of sight, but it was a large building facing a broad street. Oh, if it isn't Captain Cruz. It's nice to see you again. Welcome. After we caught up, Zihan took the letter from his belt. Would you be willing to do a job for me? I'd like you to deliver this to an old man named Ruan who lives outside of town. He's a former soldier who used to be our most skilled man. He's retired now, but he's smart, and with his help, I could turn the city around. You willing to assist me? I arrived at the location Zion told me about, and was surprised to find a splendid manor. It seemed Ruan was a man of taste as well as ability. What's your business with me? Oh, the boy sent you? The old man's face grew dark as he read the letter. Hongwan went missing, did he? Boy wants me to help him run the shop and clean up town. Ruan's eyes shifted to me. His kind, grandfatherly expression had been replaced by a sharp, calculating stare. In our line of work, a business is only as good as the one who runs it. People might lend you their strength, but unless you have the brains to use it, it will go nowhere. I won't waste my time on someone who doesn't have what it takes, even if it is the boy. With that, the old man's smile returned. But he must have had good reason to send a stranger like you to convince me to help, right? And if that reason is a good one, perhaps I will lend a hand. For example, maybe you're a warrior with enough skill to entice me. What'd you think? Alright.
Battle 1. Fight!
He takes the laser. It's so fucking stupid. Just doing kicks over and over again. I thought that slide kick I had. That slide where I felt myself with my gunshot. Kick! Bitch, you thought? He's like, I understand. He just keeps kicking. He has two swords, and one of the swords has a gun, but he just keeps kicking. Oh, I must admit, I did you a disservice by underestimating you, improving yourself to me. I'll have to trust the boy's intuition. He has my help, at least for a time. Ruan sank deep to thought. Let's start off by visiting a few notable citizens to collect funds. After that, we'll see who will remain in the organization and get them properly trained. Of course, the boy will have to work on his image too in order to keep Lin Pei's gang on their toes. Now, it's certain I will soon be hearing more of Zihan's complaints. Alright. I'm warm up a little. What the fuck is up with this character's name? Bro. What? Why'd you name your character 3758? I make fun, but I honestly really do like looking at other people's great characters. It's fun. That's level 22. It's still 4 for my friend, so I don't know why I would use him over me, you know? Anything new? Alright. The Necromantic Gang bounty request. Captain Cruz, there you are. I have a small errand for you. Please have a seat. Xian greeted me with a wide smile, and I opened the door of the shop. He had been expecting me for some reason. Have you heard of the Shinobi? Yes, actually. They're sort of clandestine operatives from Japan. That land was divided into warring provinces for many years, and the Shinobi operate in many shadows. Yes, the Shinobi. The big nemesis of the greatest nemesis of the pirate, the Shinobi. You guys remember the whole Pirates vs. Ninjas thing? How the fuck did that even happen? Like, what? Like, how did that even start? I don't get it. I mean, I like pirates, I like ninjas. I don't understand how the two ended up being paired together as, like, who would win? Pirates probably. That's weird. They got guns. But anyway. Fuck it. Okay. Well, there's a group using Shinobi techniques here in order to sow chaos in the main empire. They formed a little cabal and have gotten into the business of robbery. It's quite a mess to clean up, really. The authorities have demanded my assistance in that, but nobody wants to put themselves against people who can fight like devils and have an endless bag of tricks. That's when I struck the light of inspiration. You, Captain Cruz, I know I can trust you, and you can handle yourself. I'll even add a little bonus to reward. Help me out, will you? Xian pressed 4 bounty notices for the Band of Thieves and Necromantic Gang into my hands and ushered me out of the shop. Alright, that's 28. That's 22. That's 22. We're over 9 to the 6. So this is gonna have to look. That's level 28. But I do this one. And this one up here too. Time of the Black Sorceress. I read the second bounty novel see how not giving me time about a woman who uses black magic to manipulate corpses. Seems she was looking in the knowledge of the West. So she feels more quickly, but you cannot defeat an opponent unless soul charged. Interesting. That's gonna be annoying, maybe, probably. Gachado go. With Major Ruby style. Another one with Siegfried style. And Tama herself. With Ivy's style. What happened to all my meter? Hold on. You weak as hell. You're lucky that I can only defeat you. So. You fucking serious? Acceptable for so charge and stuff. Fucking I think it's forward or back. Okay, it's back again. Fuck. I love using a fucking arcade stick, but it really tires out your fucking wrists, man. Figure out just traveling to that one from one of the other nearby towns. Pasque and Rin. I read the bounty notice Xeon had given me. Pasque and Rin, a pair of vagabonds pretending to be husband and wife, as seen they had been last spotted along the road to the north. Stage the stage is slippery, but only at great, so it's only slippery for me. Wonderful, and your opponent's movement speed is increased. Great, awesome, great. This is gonna be fun. My opponents are Rin, who uses Talon's style, and Tasca uses Yoshimitsu's style. This is gonna be an experience.
Fight! Ready?
I've got this.
Alright, not too bad.
Fight!
What?
The soul of a warrior now lays here to rest.
I hate this game. I hate it so much.
Fight!
Alright.
Fight!
Oh god. Oh god. Alright. See, all I had to do was shoot my gun a bunch. Until it hit.
Your soul surges in your body.
7. I'm still not high enough level for this. Still just a little under level nonetheless. That's 20. That's also up to 28. What's this? The trade route. Far East Island Nation. How much would that cost? It's quite about really 20. I go for the team. Still 720.
Stands in your way.
King's Fool. Uses Yoshimitsu's style. The Fool left scornfully at me and challenged me to a battle. If I win, I will be rewarded instantly. 1500 gold. Both you and your opponent have a high chance of crashing the other's card. Defeat your opponent. Alright. Fool's speech is Dagger Malfested. Weird. In hopes of finding Drag, Abalone, the Nobleman, and Samarkand, I ventured eastward toward Japan. Near the lord of a castle offered the item as a reward for taking care of some local ruffians. Your opponents get stronger as their health decreases to defeat them all. So it's a ruffian, it's Yolina style, it's your Ruby style, it's those two. Alright. I just gotta beat up 2 dudes. Easy peasy. Doesn't even try to get closer to me. Oh god! I did the wrong thing. I didn't mean to guard him back there. What the fuck that was. Alright. The castle's owner gave me some Jagablo. Need to hurry and deliver it to Samarkand. Katsugagi Brothers. And 500 gold just for that short distance? Because of the desert? Could be. I read the third Monty Novelty Hanagami, the Katsuragi brothers, the elder a dwarf and the younger a giant. It seemed they had fled to seek Shu. I believe it's like you say that. Shu. Your opponents have greatly increased defense, but whenever you win a reversal edge, you become stronger. So I should just be reversal edging all the goddamn time now. So A Katsuragi Heavy Axe, I assume that's the big one. And B Katsuragi is Cat Paws, I assume that's the small one. Be funny if it was the opposite though. With the giant ass axe is the tiny one. And the big ass boy has both those moveset. Reversal edges.
Got it! Ridiculous!
Keep trying, Clifford. Keep trying. May have dodged all of my reversal edge attempts, but didn't dodge that. Let's see. I was in Cash Bar Shop, right? You know what? Fuck it, I'll do this one. It's right there. It's right there. I might as well. Circle back with 2 bars of slow gauge fill. And I got 3 opponents to fight. Asgul's moves up. Okay. One down. They all use Asgul's moveset? Hits.
What?
Stop.
Okay. Alright. That was one before. I think that's higher level than my current weapon. It is. Also does more damage. Alright. Be nice if it was more aligned with my current morality, but favorite father about it. But half a day's journey along the trade route from Samarkand, I arrived at the Lord's Manor. Oh, so you're the one who solved my riddle. I hear you have some dry goblin for me. Wonderful work, most excellent. I'd assumed the Lord, as wealthy and powerful as he would be haughty and arrogant, but to my surprise he was both cheerful and friendly. When I last issued a request for a rare item, I was beset by swarms of fools and swindlers who brought me fakes and forgeries, so this time I thought I would couch my request in the form of a riddle. That way, only those stripe of wit and discernment of eye would answer the call. Thank you for bringing me the object of my desire. Oh, how I wish I could introduce you to my daughter, but alas, she has not been well of late. Do forgive me. Is this dude just like, hey man, you're pretty cool. You were actually able to solve my wrinkle and brought me this thing. Brought me this thing I wanted. Would you like? It's a shame my daughter's not feeling so well. Otherwise, I would totally just let you dig her. I'd totally just let you marry my daughter for bringing me this. This is awesome. Thanks. Too bad she's not feeling well. Oh man. Fucking Middle Ages. Oh boy. You worry too much about me, Father. What the devil are you going on? What the devil are you doing on the bed? The warrior has reason to be worried. His daughter was pale and weak and her legs shook as she clung to the wall for support. You must allow me to thank the one who worked so hard on my behalf. Sir, I am most grateful to you. As you can see, my constitution is weak, and I often struggle merely to rise from my bed. Father worries about me, and often seeks out rare remedies and medicinal foods in the hopes of finding a cure. She gave me a faint smile. So this is Dragaballoon. I confess I've never even seen it before. I wonder how one should best prepare it. My daughter really listens to me and always cooks her own meals. I tell her she needs to rest, but does she listen? How much effort went into acquiring this? If I refuse to prepare it myself, it would be rude to both the food and the one who brought it. And besides, I want to do as many things as I can while I still live. She invited me to join her for dinner, but when I learned that Dragaballoon took days to prepare, I plainly declined. With great regret, I waved goodbye and set off. Not long after, I received a thank you letter from the Lord's daughter. She wrote pages of flowery prose that described how the chewy texture and rich flavor of the Dragaballoon had delighted her senses. She spoke at length of how it had ignited in her a passion for the distant sea, which she had never laid eyes upon. Alright. $3,000. Piglet, riddle me that. A meadow spread out before me, framed by an endless blue sky. I walked, savoring the fresh, clean air, and after some time saw beautiful buildings rising to view on the horizon. I smiled at the sight of the familiar outskirts of the great oasis of Samarkand. A short time later, I entered the city. The solemn chants of people saying their morning prayers filled the air, signaling the start of a new day. I made my way to the bazaar, where the shouts of merchants preparing for the day ahead mingled with the chatter of wagons and other city noises. In the middle of the plaza, a few people had stopped to read a notice. I suddenly felt a strong sense of deja vu. It's almost like this has happened before. Another riddle? Let's see. A handsome reward to those who present me with the item that embodies these words. The lightning may strike twice. Once is enough for a smoke quite nice. Rich people have too much time on their hands. While in Greece, I heard someone say that white truffles grew there when lightning struck the ground. That has to be the answer. Simple. As before, the notice bore the name of the wealthy lord who ruled the oasis of the west. Worry gripped my chest. Could it be his daughter's condition had worsened? There was only one way to find out. I heard that white truffles are mostly found in Italy. That's gonna be a while before we get there. A terrible threat. Though the Malfested were no longer a threat, my headache had gotten significantly worse. Finally, the astral fissure was in sight, but the berserker still stood in the way of closing it. So I have reduced health equal as tax, reduced regard engagement. Fucking wonderful. Berserker has nightmare style. There is still no sign of Asphalt or his cronies. I believe we should refrain from closing the Astral Fissure just yet, and instead use it to lure Aswell out. I would agree, however. The intense pain in my head was making it hard to stand. It took me a moment to realize Bro was looking at me. Our priority this time is to close the Astral Fissure. With our companion here in such a hurry, in such a sorry state, our mission could be compromised. Step forward, Captain Cruz. The Astral Fissure needs to be dealt with. Suddenly, with a great war, a pair of berserkers emerged from within the Astral Fissure. There's two of them. Sword. Grah. War. That motherfucker. The skinny berserker is the fucking pirate. Like a chase of fear, Girl stepped forward and drew his weapon. I stepped to his side and drew mine as well. I shall take one, you take the other. Stay strong. Alright.
Battle 1. Fight!
I like how the stage has changed so that you can see the effect.
Battle 2.
Astral Fissures are much bigger than I thought. To be honest. Look at that thing right now. They're a lot bigger than I thought they were. Yes. Okay. I win. Besides over the Astral Fisher's power, the pain in my head could be good. It is done. Are you feeling better? I nodded. Good. Next, we head to the village up ahead and gather information. Cool.
Your soul surges in your body.
28, level 29, level 30, level 31. Alright. So 6229. I still vote this one because it's more alignment. As I was taking a walk through the woods away from the campsite, a woman appeared, the same one who had helped Grow the night before. Serena? I found myself unable to sleep that night, so I decided to take a walk a short distance from camp. I sensed someone hiding in the darkness of the forest. I tense, expecting an enemy, but it was the woman who had helped us earlier that emerged from the shadows. Oh no, Taki. I forgot Taki helped us. I sensed the inhuman power within you. I saw you absorb that evil vortex. I conclude that you are no normal warrior. She had witnessed me taking care of the Astral Fissure. I know I needed to tread carefully here. I will not ask you to tell me your power. To tell me of your power. Your blade will show me the truth of you. Alright. Guess, no talking. You can't talk. You have to fight. That's the only way she can know the truth.
Battle 1.
Just across blades.
Do you fight for good or evil?
Stop.
Okay. Not good enough. Come.
Stop.
Come.
Battle 2. Fight. Stop.
Come.
I don't know why I did that. That was
Stop. Resist.
You leave me no choice.
Fight. Stop. Resist.
You are a danger.
there we go.
What? Afraid?
Alright. Interesting. Those who stain their hearts with darkness deserve only death, but I may have been rash in my judgment of you. Still, that doesn't mean you are safe. Listen well. The moment evil consumes you, you have become my prey. Do not forget that. She glanced at the forest behind her. I deliver this warning to the man hiding over there. His left arm is like a thundercloud ready to strike lightning. With that, she disappeared back to the darkness. Moments later, the girl stepped into view. Quite the pesky mosquito we have on our backs. What do you know of art? Judging from her garb and bearing, she is what is called a ninja from a country far to the east. She has appeared in my own organization's files before. Fear not, should the evil consume you, I shall kill you quicker than she. Thanks, that's comforting, bro. Thanks. Awesome. I told him that wasn't exactly reassuring. Suddenly I realized I had to thank her for saving me from my passing earlier. I quickly did so. You need not thank me. I chose my actions. Time to head back. You rise early tomorrow. Get some sleep. This is for the agent flag. God damn, that's expensive. Message for the agent flag. It's level 33. We can come back to that. Creation gathering. Sir, the next astral fissure is located in Feigl Sestimus Temple. Feigl Sestimus. From what Crow and the others have told me, they were a mad cult who worshipped a nefarious god called Pelagia. They were both cruel and brutal, and delighted in human sacrifice. If we charge in blindly, I predict we will encounter heavy resistance. Additionally, the temple is a very cool labyrinth. It will take time to locate the astral fissure once we are inside. What do you suggest we do, sir? Simple. We seek a cultist hostage and get the information we need. No. Sir. It's, fair plan. According to Dion and Natalie's information, there were 3 cultists nearby. The first was a high priest living in the village of Ahag. The second was a swordsman who once worked for the cult as a mercenary. The third was a merchant who transported goods for the cult. The high priest was known to be a talented martial artist and had an elite bodyguard on hand. The swordsman was alone but a warrior of great repute. The merchant had scores of guards, but none were particularly noteworthy. Each were would likely provide us with a different type of information. The High Priest would probably have the best. Yeah, let's just go for the High Priest. The higher they are in negotiation, the more accurate information they must have. With that in mind, we attack the High Priest and his escort just outside the settlement. Opponents have increased defense. There's 2 guards. Yeah. Oh, it's the bodyguard and the cult priest. Bodyguard has Cyclops style. The cult priest has also this style. I don't even know, like, increase my damage. Let's check damage. I heard that filthy rest was sniffling about our glorious temple, and you certainly look like rest to me. Alright. So much for your bodyguard. So much for your bodyguard, dude.
Say, stop.
Did it. We were able to obtain a sketch map of the grounds, complete with guard positions and the exact location of the astral fissure. We could not have done any better. We can use this information to formulate a plan. Sir. Cool. Our efforts helped us ascertain the location of the astral fissure in the Flagel System's temple. Our plan is complete. Dion and Natalie slip in and cause a commotion. We will infiltrate the premises while they are distracted. Sir, we hit them tomorrow. Do not expect an easy ride. Prepare well. Sir. Alright. This. Oh no, it's in the time. It's okay. Hammer to the metal with a trial ahead. So I was shocked and Kashgar heard a strange rumor about Volta. It seemed she had told the entire time about the iron stand of the salt class. Opponent's vertical attacks more damage for your other attacks. As the roof of both the smithy finally came into view, I could hear the rhythmic sound of a hammer on iron. I stepped to the back room and saw Bolta working on the sword on the anvil. I called out, but she didn't notice me. I watched her work for a while, and at last she quenched the red hot blade in a nearby barrel of water and took a deep breath. How long have you been there, Captain Cruz? You should have said something. Come check on me? When I told her that the rumors going around the city bothered me, she grinned. Oh, that? You think I'm weird too? After both that guy like the iron stain from the salt flash, she extolled its quality to the local gourd. Soon after, all the smiths in the Eagle Iron began flocking to the site. It's no loss for me. The Lord thanked me for the information and gave me permission to gather iron there whenever I wanted. Plus, if the other smiths in Kashgar are using good materials, the whole city's reputation goes up, right? Besides, nobody will be jealous for no good reason either. So relax, I pride myself on my technique, even if the iron's the same results are. Still, I still have some doubts, huh? Well, let's put them to rest. I want to enter this sword in the exhibition, but I need to check its balance. Let's give it a few swings. That'll prove its worth, right? Good, then come at me.
Battle 1. Fight! Battle 2. Fight! Stop!
Might be a smith with, he might be a smith able to wield many different weapons, Bolta, but I am a warrior. I am a pirate. You can't pick me. Yeah, that seems good. You agree, right? When I visited the shop a few days later, Bolta greeted me ecstatically. Huzzah! The weapon I turned in passed the first round of inspection. It's all thanks to you, Captain Cruz. But this is where it gets serious. I'll be squaring off against Yushin soon. I could use some more of your help if you got the time. Promise both I'd do whatever I could before leaving your shop.
Your soul surges in your body.
32. Cash guard leveled up. What is this? Fountain. That's level 16. Sanctuary were evil lives. Seems to be on Natalie's distraction when we managed to successfully infiltrate the temple. However, the chaos inside seemed too widespread to have been caused by our diversion alone. Seems we may not be the only intruders here today. Be all opponents. For opponents, 123, the other one is 20. That way, over there, now! What's going on here? Who dares desecrate our temple? How would they breathe through those walls? How would they see? The gallery's on fire. Someone pull it out quickly. Someone, anyone, report what's happening. Intruders, they're wreaking havoc. The fiends, vanquish them, gouge out their eye. Damn, that's why go straight for the eyes? This is far too much chaos to have been caused by Dion and Natalie alone. Could he have gotten here before us? The Astral Fisher should be just ahead, but wait, hide quickly. Do you see what I see? How dare you trespass in our sacred temple? You should not leave here alive. Our God shall feast on your souls. Kill them all. Ha 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 ha. Kill me? You can't even scratch me. With the new power given to me by Lord Gaswell, it is I who will feast on your souls. Well, he definitely seems more stable than he was before. He can even speak with you. Lot, make a sweep for the surrounding area. See that no more worms crawl in. You got it. I knew it. We have to act now. Attack! We leaped out from the shadows, attracting the attention of Daniel and Valkyrie. Oh, I see you were unable to resist my beauty. Tell me, Gro, why do you pursue orgasm so doggedly? Because you ordered to? Or to avenge Borzil and Kurgis? Such a grotesque attitude, truly vile. I have no desire to converse with traitors. Stand aside, Daniel. The cultists are dead. These pigs are next. Alright. They don't know what they're messing with. That's all I'm saying. Keep underestimating them. They keep getting popular. About your, what were you saying? What were you saying before? About these pigs being next or something. Alright. That was fast. Such beauty, such an usurpable okay. I can read. Such beauty, such an unsurpassable allure. We cannot score this one, I think. Stand down, Doctor. I'm not done here yet. The power of Lord Aswell bestowed upon me. These baggage of dust. You keep going on and on about what the power of Lord Aswell bestowed upon me. You gotta stop. I guess enough. Alright. Remember the plan. Only the ugly know not want to restrain themselves. Shut your mouth. Yeah. The power swallows his mind. I'm left with no other choice. Daniel disappeared, leaving his companion behind. Valtro swung his weapon wildly around himself, his breathing ragged and his eyes filled with a mad bloodlust. There was no indication he was going to tire anytime soon. Leave this to me. You go on ahead and deal with the astral vision. You think you could just leave? Your partner's with me. As Valtro and the girl crashed, I ran for the astral fissure. The sounds in the back where I go behind me. Neat. The ultimate seed. By the time I arrived at the astral fissure, it had been destroyed. The man standing where it had been turned towards me with a flourish, gave a dramatic bow. It was Aswell. Your opponent's health and attack power have been increased, but their health depletes over time. Salutations, it's been far too long. If you're after the astral fissure, I'm afraid you're too late. Bravo! How delightful, just as I planned. No, it's even more sublime, magnifico, fantastique, but magnificent miscalculation. I just need a few more astral fissures worth of power. My spine is tingling with excitement at the... Aswell stops up and getting a shield appearing in front of him, deflecting the surprise attack from the newest intruder at this temple. Zassel. Ooh, I see your power has grown significantly. Oh me, oh my, what a silly fool. How dare you interrupt me mid-monologue? If I hadn't obtained the power from this astral fissure, I would have failed to detect your presence, and the curtain would have fallen too soon on my glorious performance. The resistance between the fragments of the cursed spirit sword grows stronger. However, it is not yet strong enough to produce a sword. Such perceptiveness, you have a dangerous mind. The spirit Aswell produced from thin air would obscure Jessel's body had he not created it. Very good. You're right, you're right, Bingo, good job. Once I raise the fragment's resonance to their limit, I will be able to create swords, both cursed and spirit, that match the power of the originals. And with those, you hope to produce another evil seed? Do you really wish to destroy the planet? Evil? Yeah, evil seed. How dare you use such an egregious misnomer? I call it the ultimate seed. The evil seed formed because the curse word gorged itself on the violent emotions brought about by chaos and war. That is why it had such a terrible effect on the humans I love so dearly. However, it also gave them phenomenal power, and that is where I had my epiphany. Perhaps people can be given this extraordinary power without losing their reason. By doing so, I can free them from the shackles of humanity's absurd destiny. The ultimate seed is formed when the energies created by the spirit and curse swords are fused together by pushing their powers to the extreme, and create something that far exceeds the evil seed. Once the ultimate seed covers the globe, the human race will evolve, allowing them to achieve eternal glory. Though it pains me that some will be unable to survive the seed's power, it will be for the greater good. Did you hear that, Captain Cruz? If he succeeds in creating the ultimate seed, many will die, including those whom you met on your journey. Stop him from taking any more astral pictures. From what he has revealed today, I must busy myself with another task. Even so soon, but I was enjoying our little discussion. As will summon another blade and hurled it at Aslamon, who casually deflected it before striking away. Such a pity he has no time to play. Then again, I must be on mine. Laura. Valtro hurtled through the entrance, following shortly after Grim. Aswell. Lord Aswell, you're safe. Excellent timing, my little Balti. I have something to ask of you. Anything for you. If everything is going according to plan, Daniel and the others should have almost destroyed the temple's foundations by now. You keep these simple fools busy here. Naturally, I'll look to do it myself, but I have things to do, places to be. That means, so you choose to rebel even though I was benevolent enough to offer you one last chance? No, not at all. Please ignore what I just said. You can trust me. Very well. In that case, I shall give you the gift of the greater power. As he'll place his hand on Valtro, the man shivered violently and then let out a blood-curdling scream. Grah! Evil power exploded out from Valtro, whipping up a fierce wind. Adieu, Melicavolti. Though dull of mind, you acted so human, and I shall miss that. Lord as well. Alright. Well, Valtro has been fucking rugged the fuck out.
Battle 1. Fight! Stop resisting.
Alright.
Battle 2.
Oh shit, there's another round.
Stop resisting.
There we go. Lord, as will escape, we shall meet again. The building shook violently, and with a rumble, the roof began to cave in. This is our key to leave. No! Gasping, Valtro rose to his feet and pointed his weapon at us. You shall not leave. Your grave is here with me. Valtro charged, but Gro struck him down. His wounds should have been mortal, but he rose to his feet and pointed his weapon at us once more. Not done yet. Must make my lord proud. Bacho took a shaky step towards us and collapsed in the heat. Ro looked down at the fallen warrior for a moment and turned away. It was done. He is too weak to stop us. No, I must stop you. I must. Bacho's screams were swallowed up by the crashing of falling masonry. Ro and I made our escape, dodging between chunks of falling debris.
Your soul
33.
surges in your body.
Two astral fissures. Once we had escaped the crumbling temple, we met back up with Dion and Natalie. According to Captain, the situation is much worse than we had imagined. The horrors of the evil sea will pale in comparison to what Aswell plans to bring about with the ultimate sea, with only a fraction more power at his disposal. Aswell will be able to summon the swords that he needs to realize his ambition. We must prevent him from obtaining any more power from the astral fissures. So we need to take care of any fissures before he does. Precisely. Do you have any information on them? Yes, sir. We have confirmed that there are two of them nearby. One is to the northwest and the other is to the west. We are not sure which Aswell will head to first. As we were discussing with the next messenger from the able organization appeared. I found you. I have emergency orders I was told to hand to Sergio directly. Forgive me, I have other things to attend to. Our lives for the cause. We all read through the latest set of orders. Dion, Natalie, you two will split up and each head to a different astral fissure. Captain Cruz will accompany one of you to close the fissure, meanwhile the other one will go around you with the second quadrant. Protect the remaining fissure until Captain Cruz arrives to deal with it. Sir, I have another mission to prioritize. When it is done, I shall join you. Understood. With that, grow up. We watched him go and began formulating our own plan of action. So which astral fissure should we go with first? You're the ones who can destroy them, so we shall follow and lead. It is rumored that the Azure Knight constantly into the northwest, slaughtering all he meets. To the west, the road is comparatively safe. Pushing northwest is closer. New dangers, but is it worth the risk? That's your call. Going north, I shall accompany you. To the west, naturally. Oh, this is a moral choice? Interesting. Okay, let's take the risky route at northwest. Let's go fight, man. Alright. But that's all the time I have for today. So we'll go hunt down Nightmare next time. So there it is. Alright. So thanks a lot for watching, guys. This was a very interesting SaltyCade stream because Among Arena, that being a very interesting game. It was actually a lot of fun, and honestly, it actually was a lot of fun. I just wish I had friends to play with. And also, that being a bit of an experiment, to see how, like, if I could create a setup here where I could stream PC games, because that was legitimately the first PC game I have ever streamed. So, you know, there we go. Now I know I can. I don't know if that means there's going to be a whole lot of PC games in the future, but, you know, we'll see. But yeah, that game's a lot of fun. Honestly, it's free. I don't know what more I can say to convince you guys to try it, but you should just give it a shot. It's free. It's honestly pretty fun. So I don't know if I'll ever play it on the channel again, just because I've already done everything I could in it. was ever doing a stream with friends or something, I'd probably bring it out. See what I do with that. But until then, it's probably won't be happening. Not on the channel. Not on this channel. But it is a lot of fun, so I definitely recommend it. SoulCalibur VI continues to be a lot of fun. Yeah. And some of this, I don't know. I have a feeling the next shit, like the shit coming up, might be new, because my original playthrough of this, like I did on my own back when the game first came out, I did all the good choices, right? So at this scenario, I would have been heading west instead of northwest. So yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be interesting. I hope Nightmare doesn't slap me around too hard. But that won't be for another 2 weeks. So next SaltyCade, it will be in 2 weeks. We'll be playing more of this, and if any other interesting games like Among Us Arena just happen to come out in the meantime, maybe I'll throw those in there too, like I did with Among Us Arena this week. But the next stream, that being said, the next stream will be Thursday, where I'm going to be playing. I keep forgetting what the fuck it's called. It's the new WarioWare game that recently came out. We'll be playing that on Thursday, and I honestly can't wait because I fucking love WarioWare. I played so much fucking WarioWare Smooth Grooves on the Wii. Or Smooth Moves? Is that what it's called? One for the Wii. I played that. I played the shit out of that, dude. Yeah. Fucking love it. I did play a lot of the first WarioWare on the Game Boy Advance too. But yeah. I can't wait. Thursday's gonna be a good stream. This is gonna be Thursday at 6 p.m. if you wanna watch that. I think that's everything. If you want to follow my Twitter, follow my Instagram, subscribe to the YouTube, or join the Discord, all those links are in the panels down below. If you're watching the vlog on YouTube, all those links, along with a link to the Twitch channel, will be in the description down below. And almost forgot, podcast, right? I've been getting better about promoting, and I almost forgot today. Yeah, podcast. I do a podcast with some friends, with Rex, Couch Gabi, Halo, and Audrey, where we talk about video games and video game news, and shit we played or watched recently, stuff like that. If that sounds interesting to you, then consider listening to our podcast. It's called the Socially Awkward Syndicate. If you wanna, you can search that on your podcast platform of choice. It may or may not be there. I know for sure it's on Spotify, it's on Apple Music, or Apple Podcasts, whatever that platform is. I don't use it. And it's on iHeartRadio. Yeah. So yeah, give that a shot. And honestly, we've said this before on the podcast, but like legitimately, tell us what you think. You can, let us know on Twitter what you think of the podcast. We honestly are dying to know. Also, you could send him a letter to, I forget what the email is, but Rex has an email set up for the podcast, a Gmail. where you can send letters to, or you can also let us know on there what you think of the podcast. But yeah, thanks for watching, guys. I'll see you guys Thursday for some Mario Wear. Have a good one. Bye bye.